Hey Frank, tell Eleni I say hi.
Yo Eleni, chat says hi. These nuts, got 'em.
The chat not showing up on screen like I want, but wah herver FPR now.
Yeah, stuffed production art, we ball. Chat can survive off vibes for a minute.
Okay, quick little test.
Yeah, hit me.
Hey Frank.
Yo, what's good?
Okay, hello.
Yo, what's good?
Okay, there we go. There we go. I figured it out. I figured it out. What's up, gamers? How y'all doing? Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Eleni. I feel hopeless and don't want to be in the world anymore. What are we doom pilling for? What are we doom pilling for? What are we dooming for? What's up, Ryan? Want to see this Instagram slop vid real quick? I always do. I always do. You know, I always. Oh, this dude. This dude. My favorite. My favorite. The communists defending North Korea on TikTok Live, bro. Those are the TikTok Live communists. They're the type of people to do stuff like that quite often.
construct the cultural hegemony of the ruling class.
Oh my God.
Some of these myths that uphold the power of the ultra wealthy. So, rich people create jobs. So,
Aww.
I'll be grateful to rich people.
Rich people don't create jobs. Rich people, i.e. wealthy people, own all the stuff that we
Rich people, i.e. wealthy people.
need to survive, because over several hundred years, they have enclosed all of the resources that we need.
True. The people that were rich several hundred years ago, it's all the same, all the same people. It's all the same descendants, bro. People don't, what do you mean people can get wealthy by, like, doing things that create jobs? Or at the very least are, like, positive sum trades. What are we doing?
To survive. And then they use that power
What are we doing?
over
What's going on?
everyone else's survival to force people to work for them for less
Bro.
than they deserve. And
Bro.
then what you have is work or die, basically. The way that we got to that point was through basically dispossession.
You want to just briefly
Source?
touch on the history of enclosure? I mean, that's a big one.
This is
Isn't that, I was gonna say, I remember fucking reading about this when I read a little bit of Marx early on. Oh my God. I forget exactly what it is. It's something relating to taking the private property, the productive resources away from the fucking peasants. She's gonna explain it, but what's up, Easy Money? Welcome back. The fact that Zionists are the most neurotic people in the world has to be an underrated reason as to why the entire world is losing faith in Israel. Mate, what do you mean by neurotic? I like the biggest Zionist people, I think, are I don't know if I would describe them as neurotic. I feel like the biggest Zionist people I see are like the retards on Piers Morgan and stuff.
what Marx and Marxists call primitive accumulation. It's
Fuck. I remember that term too. Fuck.
a very important understanding of the way that capitalism
It's like the first time the rich people stole the resources from the poor people. That was the primitive accumulation, and that describes how the rich people are evil and took all the resources so they could. I'm sure technically the view is more nuanced than that, but so that way the rich can control everything and force people to sell their labor now.
developed, right? Because the liberal story of how capitalism developed was that we were all, in our little huts, and one person decided that they would start making shoes, and another one decided they were going to start
True.
and they wanted to trade with each other, but there weren't any markets. So thankfully, we all figured out how to trade with one another, and then we created capitalism.
It sounds funny when you...
I know.
She didn't even explain what like primitive accumulation was. I feel like that story, which by the way, like the very kind of technical details of of how exactly like money came about, credit systems came about, I don't have a particularly strong view on, but I don't think it's clear that like it is the kind of standard barter transaction cost theory. It seems like there's evidence to the contrary of that being true, but like I feel like that story is more plausible than at least this my maybe naive understanding of primitive accumulation. What's up, Naja fan? Yes, all capitalists are nosics. True. Primitive accumulation. Marx. Got a Wikipedia article. Neurotic doesn't mean smart. I know. To me, I get like I think it means like either kind of like autist or like which can coincide with like internet autist people, like field people can do that, or someone who's like is sensitive the right word? It means they experience heightened feelings of negative emotions like anxiety, worry, fear, anger, and self-doubt. Okay, maybe, but I think a lot of it's just like virtue signaling. I think a lot of pundit type people do that, or at least seems like they do. Primitive accumulation is a process by which pre-capitalist modes of production, such as feudalism and subsistence agriculture, are transformed into the capitalist mode of production. Whoa. Marx was not a peaceful transition, but a violent and brutal, coercive expropriation of the direct producers, the peasantry, and the artisans from their means of livelihood. At its core, the process was transformative in social property relations. Okay, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, Adam Smith. Division of labor.
Absurd, right? It's just, that's what they teach
I don't know why it's like absurd. I'm not certain it's accurate again, but like I don't think it's like that absurd.
you in like economics 101. The central thing that makes capitalism is not markets, it's capital. And what is capital?
Big brain.
Basically your control over the means of production.
True. What? I feel like maybe I'm wrong here, guys. Maybe I'm wrong here, guys. Did Marx ever define capital that way? Did even Marx ever define capital that way?
So the stuff we need to produce everything, that was land initially. And the enclosures were a process whereby previously common land that was
Oh, she's explaining it finally.
used to kind of graze cattle amongst villages and was kind of held collectively, was enclosed into private hatches, and it meant
Wow. And there are no natural experiments on that. There's no, evidence about, which one of those produces better outcomes. We couldn't possibly find any of those.
people who had previously relied upon subsistence to be able to survive were no longer able to rely on subsistence to be able to survive. At the same time,
Okay, when you say are no longer able to rely on subsistence to be able to survive, not necessarily all the time, but most of the time, that's probably going to increase their standard of living. There are like some cases, and I think economists have work on this. I've not looked deeply into it, that like certain aspects of the Industrial Revolution, for example, might have decreased like the standard of living for people, because even though like overall we were more productive for like some period of time, it was true that like a lot of people were moving to dense urban areas that just kind of really fucking sucked. Yeah, a lot of children in factories, et cetera, et cetera. But certainly in the long run, probably worth it. But regardless, most of the time, anytime you're switching between subsistence farming to not doing that, going to increase your standard of living. You have the Engels pause. Is this a thing?
you had the rise of industrialization, so you had big
To describe a period from 1790 to 1840 when British working class wages stagnated and per capita. Yeah. I think this is yeah. I think it's a little bit different than what I was talking about, because like you did see, at least for some people, wages increase during the some parts of the Industrial Revolution, but not always. And the point is just that due to the sort of externalities with like the dense urban living at the time, and I mean really that plus the fact that we didn't have standards for how to treat livestock, and we didn't have antibiotics, yada yada yada. Just created a lot of negative stuff. But yeah, I've heard about this before. I've not heard the term Engels pause used to describe it.
industrialists who needed workers, but workers were not willing to leave their places where, life was extremely hard, but like they were rooted in their communities, and they weren't willing to kind of give all that up to go and work for an extremely meager wage, and also a highly significant chance of like death or injury. So what happened was they were forced off the land. The whole idea of primitive accumulation, of enclosure.
But source is like, I'm sure that happens to some people, but I don't know if holistically I would say people were like literally forced off their land, ancestral land. I know, that's funny too.
Was to create a landless class of peasants who had no choice other than to sell their labor power in order to survive.
Bro,
and you see
labor
this
power
all around the world today. When they tie your healthcare to your job, or when it becomes impossible to
Okay. So, number one, if we're just describing this as like how capitalism initially formed, obviously you don't see this in many places today, because most places are capitalist, and even the places that aren't capitalist a lot of them are places that historically were capitalist at some point and then became not capitalist. Like you're not really seeing this type of stuff today in those places that aren't capitalist. And even I can't go back in the Instagram thing very easily. When they tie health insurance to your job, who is they? I mean, they in that case in the US is like primarily a result of government policy, and it's not like clear that there's probably some health insurance companies or something that like it benefits certainly, but it's not clear the sort of owner class overall is like better off from that. I don't know why they would be. It's not in companies' interest to have like a rigid labor market. Like they want labor market mobility. Like that's something they want as a whole, as a collective, as a class solidarity moment. It might be in some individuals' interest to not have labor mobility. Hey, do you ever choose to use AI for generating summaries or insights about books/paper? Kind of. I don't do it that often. Usually when I do, it's like, I mean, I could pull up some of my Claude history maybe. Like the last time I did it, I had a dinner with my old teacher yesterday. I didn't really end up using this or whatever, but I had Claude make a summary of that paper, how do firms respond to unions? Because I read the paper, and I was like, I'm curious if I can do a better job describing this, or if Claude can do a better job describing it. But I didn't get to do the full experiment, I guess. I'm glad Vincent Geloso is doing some empirical work in private property, because a lot of leftists make a lot of these causal claims with no studies backing them up. Of course, yeah, obviously. He also don't you know Mark surveyed factory workers though? He also recently made a Substack as well. Ooh, link to Substack.
To buy a house without an extremely
Oh wait, actually, I might already have the Substack saved.
Large salary, when it becomes even impossible to rent without an extremely large salary. You end up in this position where you are faced with this choice of work or die, work or be out on the streets. And that isn't a process that's happened naturally. It is a process.
As opposed to the subsistence farmers who had the choice between work and die.
That has been guided and directed by people who wanted to exploit human labor and use it to augment their profits.
Kill me. 300,000 followers, by the way, bro. 300,000 followers. Donut economics. Oh boy, where have I heard this before?
But when I first drew this diagram, known as the donut, it created a real stir. It had a lot of traction instantly.
Do you want to show us the diagram?
Yeah, I have one right here. This is the donut. It's two concentric circles. And if you think of humanity's use of Earth's resources radiating out from the center of the picture, then the hole in the middle of the inside circle, that's a place where people are left falling short on the essentials of life. Right? That's where people don't have enough resources to meet everybody's human rights. So leave nobody.
Okay, I don't care anymore. Sulfites? Bro, I don't know. Hashtag what that is. China, probably. Australia, I'm guessing. Nope. Okay. God damn it. All right. Interesting. I'm assuming it's like a mineral related to like sulfate. I'm gonna guess US then. Okay. Number 4, alright. Morocco. Is that an informed guess at all? It could be. I don't know which fucking country. I mean, China number 1. I don't know. I don't know how rare sulfates are. I don't know how. But new trade theory comes in clutch. Okay, it's always the same thing. Oh boy. Yeah, it's always maybe CAR DRC. And sometimes you assume that for like mineral countries or whatever, but usually when China's like number 1, and in this case I also know the US and Germany are number 2 and 4, like that means it's going to be countries that are pretty similar to Germany and US and China with regards to like their factor endowments. Might be the most hypocritical thing to support Obama, who made the issue of cutting entitlements toxic while simultaneously complaining about total boomer luxury communism. Okay, first of all, actually, hold on. I'm gonna get my last guess in, and I'll talk about that, and I'll look at Ryan's thing. I'm gonna guess Japan, but I feel like that's wrong. Fuck. Yeah. Italy. I could have guessed. Thailand would not have guessed. Okay. This stuff. First of all, would you say support Obama? I feel like I have been like fairly agnostic on whether or not I like would think that Romney was better than Obama. I'm not sure about McCain ran against him the first time. I know even less about McCain than I do about Romney, right? And second of all, I feel like I am usually not complaining about total boomer luxury communism. I feel like we have had disagreements before over how big a deal total boomer luxury communism is. Okay. I saw you send earlier like this stuff or whatever, and I agree. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. I think the libs owe Romney 2012 an apology, but not because they were too mean. They did smear Romney, but in a way that isn't abnormal for modern American politics. They owe an apology for policy reasons. The Romney-Ryan campaign was brave enough to say that we might need to turn down the old people money spigot a little. The Obama campaign capitalized and so successfully painted them as grandma killers that the issue has become untouchable. For one, it's just like not clear to me that like, oh, what's up, Momentum? Welcome back. That Obama would be the reason, like, but for Obama doing it, it wouldn't be toxic or whatever. I think it like, you know, he might have said it first, and some of that might be like condemnable, but probably just like however it happened, it would have become a toxic issue or whatever. Not that I think there's like, you can still like fault people for doing rhetoric that even like, but for them, the same end result kind of might have happened. But that's number one. Number two, here's a really funny thing. Okay, that you're gonna like. Have you glanced at Romer's work at all? I know SDL was shilling hard for Cohen, and I read Karl Marx's Theory History, a defense, but I've been a bit on a Romer kick recently. Honestly, it did some really good work, like racism, xenophobia, and redistribution. I've not. I feel like I've heard SDL and Econoboy talk about him before. Oh shit! Wait, was this in the deficit myth? I think. Do I have that downloaded? I don't think I have. Oh, I do. In 2013, President Obama proposed a benefit cut of his own, using something called the chain CPI. That's a fancy term for a simple idea: increase Social Security benefits more slowly than inflation so that their actual value gets smaller over time. As the Center for Economic Policy, if Center for Economic and Policy Research explains, for the average worker retiring at 65, this would mean a cut of about $650 each year by age 75, and a cut of roughly $1,130 each year at age 85. The chain CPI would cut benefits for the oldest retirees by nearly 10%. Blah, 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 blah. I think there was some other Democratic senator who got like ass mad at him and made him back off. I think it was like on the... Ah, fuck, what was it? I thought there was another... I think there was another Democratic senator who was like, you're trying to balance the budget on the back of senior citizens. Thoughts on the Iran deal so far? I mean, didn't I talk about all of them yesterday? Seems pretty bad. And I haven't looked into today exactly what is going on with Hezbollah right now. I just really hate Democrats for poisoning the discourse. I just think it would have been poison either way. But I agree. The rhetoric's bad. The rhetoric's bad. Okay, you can condemn them. That's fine. Yeah, damn. Anyway, regardless. Yes, read the book, The Price of Politics. Obama wasn't willing to pay. Play ball was sensible. Boner reforms. I mean, it's not, I don't know, those issues are like not super interesting to me. Oh, this is 30 minutes. How neoliberalism destroyed the economy. Oh boy, who are these people? I know Gary Stevenson, obviously. Oh boy, hold on. Ooh, 57 billion, and it's a bunch of knit stuff. Okay. Bangladesh. Yeah, that's crazy. Who could have guessed? Easiest game of my life. Okay, we'll play. I'm playing some World Cup stuff real quick. Which ones are going on today? Ooh, US versus Australia. Motor vehicles, gotta be us, right? Yes, hell yeah. Crude petroleum, gotta be us. Wine. I feel like that's still gonna be us. Ah, fuck. Guess not. Frozen bovine meat. Ooh, shit. Australia's got some of that too, right? But it's gotta be us. It's gotta be us. US #1. Are you kidding me? 1.7 billion compared to, okay. I guess it's only 2 each other. We make a lot of planes, so probably. Overall trade balance. Which country holds a trade surplus? Probably Australia. Fuck. Liquid dispensing machines. I don't know. Saudi Arabia. Lubricating products? Probably, Saudi Arabia's got oil. Magnesium carbonate. I don't know what that is, so probably Uruguay. Fuck! KSA. What's that? What hashtag what that mean? Barley. Uruguay. Hell yeah. Semi-chemical wood pulp. Uruguay. Let's go. Probably Saudi Arabia. Fuck. Whatever. Okay, I won. That's all I need. Okay, woohoo. Oh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ain't no one call it that. Oh, what's up, Chipringo? Welcome back. Okay, before we get to this, hold on. Let's just check in. We might check on this a few times tonight. I doubt they're going to be talking about anything I care about ever, and it's slop anyways, but...
I want to hear how you got there. What? There's no difference between gay and trans. That's your problem.
Drew. Okay.
When the blasting started.
Okay, we're watching this because it rage baited me hard while I was on vacation.
It went on a couple of months. My sister-in-law's ceiling come crashing down.
Nobody from Amazon has bothered to say one word. It was 3 blasts a day, 7 days a week for months.
This is unbelievable.
You would say crush them though? Oh fuck AOC? Bro, I he's talking to Trump voters too. It's gonna be all the worst populist slop out there.
What happens when you take Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the heart of the data center revolt?
And they're just trying to say that...
Oh, it's about data centers too.
Cover this? Yeah, and I'm sorry, but I'm on a social security check. I can't afford to do that.
You didn't blow up your...
Too retarded arguing. Yeah. Well, the issue is they're gonna agree on stuff. They're gonna agree on stuff. It's horrible. It's horrible.
And I'm sorry, but I'm on a social security check. I can't afford to do that.
Thanks for the follow, Decel. That Sky something.
You didn't
Little
blow
caps.
up your ceiling.
Can't process at a time. I don't even dislike her that much, but then I heard data centers. I don't hate AOC or anything, but any massively be slamming anti-data centers motherfuckers. Yeah, he's had a back and forth more perfect union too. It's funny because the coping hard as F is hilarious. Yeah, I know. It's funny. He wrote an article I think about, or is in one of his articles or blog posts, I should say, about AI and data center use and stuff. His back and forth with I don't like a CEO or whatever, but CEO, organizer, owner, whatever of like More Perfect Union, where he's like, they just hide behind the cover of like, oh, we just like interviewed people in the street and asked them what they thought. We weren't like trying to imply, anything about what was actually true. It's like, it's kill me, bro.
I wanted to know how voters who feel politically homeless.
And raise your hand if your electricity bill has gone up and your water bill has gone up.
From the coastal it's my passion. Let's go.
Suburbs of Atlanta.
Are the local politicians supportive or what?
To conservative rural communities.
This is not a party issue. This is a people issue.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter what party you are. It's wrong.
Politically homeless.
Voters want to respond to a Democratic socialist from New York.
People want to call me woke, whatever. This is about power.
With the Trump administration pushing for more data centers.
The AI race is a big deal. Construction of colossal data centers.
I don't know, they took Fable 5 from me, so. And I think I said this last stream too, but what's that re-examination show? You gotta keep the slop flowing. Let's let the slop flow. Hell yeah. When I was on vacation, my friend was telling me like, oh, what's up, Mia? Welcome back. Oh, I don't read my email ever, and it like fucks me over. And I was like, you should just get Claude to read your email, bro. Obviously, I said it like half jokingly, but it probably would realistically help her with that. But she was like, no, I don't use AI because it's like bad for the environment. It uses so much water. And then leter that week, made sure to rage bait her a little. Made sure to say, oh, I gotta tell Claude Fable 5 good night before we leave.
We have to get this stuff built.
Where does that leave regular people, like Beverly Morris?
Well, I feel trapped because I have no way out.
How is the backlash against a data center boom the key to unlocking America's politics?
We've never been more polarized.
Being woke to power disparities is kind of all woke is about. But I mean, woke obviously insinuates the cultural stuff. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
And see these things for ourselves.
Well, do you want to show us? There's been some damage to your house.
Of course, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Pamela Felder purchased her dream home 3 years ago.
So the first thing is
okay. Is this going to be? Are they going to somehow try to tie this to data centers? It's just going to be about like build to rent housing or something.
I saw was the crack in my porch. Wow. All the way across.
All was well until explosive blasts started to shake her home earlier this year.
It sounded like someone picked up my house and went boom. A week after that, that's when I started seeing cracks all throughout my house. And I found out.
It's going to be another thing where it's just an issue with the construction of the data center. And in principle, it could be caused by any type of construction.
They're putting a data center in my backyard.
The 2 million square foot hyperscale data center is being built less than a mile from Pamela's home.
You can still see where the paint is ripped all the way up my stairs.
Is this the house the data center water AOC showed, LMAO? Maybe they were showing an earlier one where I related more to water damage or whatever at the intro. This one is apparently related to explosions from the construction of a data center or something.
I noticed the ceiling that looked cracked across there.
My dad worked in construction.
Why has it been debunked or something? Or
so if I look like I'm really
what's up, Big Jerry? Welcome in.
sticking my nose
No,
in here,
I don't care.
because
I
I'm
want you
taking a
to.
real look. And your neighbors are experiencing the same thing.
We're all sending letters out to the blasting company.
And what are they saying when they deny it?
The blasting company.
Oh, so everyone hears house is settling
settling
at the same time.
At the same time.
Pamela's neighbor also came by and insisted we see a giant sinkhole she said was caused by the blasts.
Makes you want to cry. No one's listening. Why a data center? Why now? Why here?
Unprecedented.
Okay. I could just be ignorant. Okay. I can totally see how the construction of a data center, large footprint, they have to flatten a lot of area, like explosions from that. If it's not that far from your house, could fuck with the ground in such a way that causes your house's foundation to crack and such, and it'd be bad and such. Literally, what could cause this though? I don't.
No one's listening.
I don't know. Already Googled, not now. The project started 7 years ago. Oh my God. Of course. Hold on, link whatever you're looking at. Oh my God. No more explosions. Ban all the explosions. I think Atlanta probably has multiple data centers, so I can't just look up Atlanta data centers or whatever. The water taps ran dry when Meta built next door. 750 million data center on the edge in Newton County, Georgia. This is, I feel like I'm familiar with this because this is about yeah, the water that is just have to do with the construction of it, didn't it? Build up a sediment in the water. And that was before the data center even started operating, right? Yeah, I recognize this girl. Thoughts on AI data centers? Is it bad for the local community? It's not like they're not necessarily always good on net for the local community. And I think people way over exaggerate the issues with them, like the water issues and the electricity issues and stuff like this. There can be issues where it's kind of like asking, to some extent, it's like, are airports bad for the local community? And it's like, I can imagine cases where the externalities from airports are like bad for a local community. That's certainly possible. But like, we need airports. Airports are good overall. They're good for the country overall. And data centers are probably, in many cases, good for the country overall. Like, you know, data centers they're used by tens of thousands of people at any given time. It's just hard to like see that. But I think probably in most cases, they contribute enough to like tax revenue that it's like probably worth it. But it depends. Fawn, it's likely the explosions are ground setting / pile driving devices that are used to ensure a proper foundation for large concrete pads. Yeah, that's what I would think. I wouldn't think they're like literally dropping bombs. That wouldn't even, to me, that wouldn't even make sense because it would want to give you like a flat area or whatever. But like, I'm just saying I can see how like, basically they lift heavy weights or long pole. Yeah, I've seen them before. Yeah. I've seen them on reels. I've seen the thingamadoodles on reels. When they hit the ground, a large boom occurs. Yeah. They're taking up the community wealth. I know. Horrible. One of the things Andy Masley wrote recently. Thoughts on AI data centers? Is it bad for the community? Didn't I just answer that? There are some cases where it's net bad for the community. In most cases, it probably isn't. But like, even in cases where it's bad for the local community, it probably is good overall still for our country. Just the same way like airports, I can imagine airports being bad for a given local community, but overall being good because there are local externalities, but like local negative externalities, but positive non-local externalities essentially. I don't think I read this full post, but this is a one of Andy Massey's more recent posts where he's just like, you should be asking yourself, would we spend this much in tax revenue? The tax revenue being equivalent to the amount of tax revenue you're giving up by not having a data center be built to avoid the externalities of the data center. Thoughts on AI data centers being bad for the community? North is rage baiting me. That's why we should fill Appalachia with Amazon warehouses and data centers. It's true. Thoughts on AI data center. Yeah, this is a good post. I think it's about, Loudoun County, Virginia has to come up with a new plan. This, in fairness, is like, I think they literally have the most data centers per capita in the country. They are going to spend $1.3 billion of their citizens' tax money every single year to improve the county's environment through a series of projects. This is about 38% of their general fund, about $2,800 per resident per year. These projects will in total reduce the CO2 emissions by about 80%, reduce the county's water usage by about 10%, make 3% more of the county's land available to be used by businesses or kept as nature, save the average household and business about $6 a year in electricity bills each month for a total savings about $15 to $20 million per year, about 1/65th of the cost of the program. Reduced regional, I don't know how you, what is this, nitrogen, oxygen, so not oxide would it just be or whatever the fuck, air pollution by nitrous oxide, nitrochemistry, that's what it would be, right? Something like that. Nitrogen oxides. Fuck. Whatever. By about 4%. The second they stop spending all this money, all these impacts would come back. Is it worth spending $2,800 per person per year to forever maintain these gains? In most cases, it's just like, if you view it that way, kind of bad. But the hatred is brainworms, true. It might be another North. Oh, wait. North, didn't you debate vegan Bolshevik or something? Oh boy. Did he? For what it's worth, the companies in question are hugely cash flow positive, so they can probably bribe local communities for extra power generation plus water flow to make power and water bills go down. Yeah. And that's another, I think Anthony Masley has talked about before. I don't know exactly his proposed solution or whatever, but like, you know, we should like require some companies essentially to, when they build data centers, build them with power from like renewable energy, and like have them build renewable energy in whatever community they're building in. And we shouldn't spend political capital to protect them if they're not willing to. Sure. I'm serious though, net jobs is minimal. It increases living costs for locals. I'm not certain what the evidence is for the increasing living costs for locals. But yeah, it's true they don't add that many jobs, but they also, it adds a lot of tax revenue. And you should just then consider the non-local effects, which is like AI research and AI use, which a lot of it is probably good. You know, I'm pro-business, but I don't see how this, it's not like, at some margin, obviously you can worry about like AI and jobs or whatever, but like probably right now, the data center is not going to have a big marginal effect, but like certainly it's going to have some plausibly positive effect to other people's productivity. So even if it like doesn't add many jobs to the local community, it might be adding either jobs elsewhere or at the very least making people more productive. I've talked to too many deranged individuals. Relatable. You know, I'm pro-business, but I don't see how this works out well given the huge tax breaks and incentives, because they still give a lot of tax revenue despite the tax breaks.
Why a data center? Why now? Why here?
I'm super pro AI talking about the data centers. Sure, I just think like you should be there. The calculation is just, you know, are we only caring about the local community, or are we also giving consideration to other needs?
Unprecedented amounts of money are behind the race to build. Meta is investing $600 billion in data center infrastructure.
Not fun. Have you seen Eddington? No, I don't think so. What is this? I don't know what this is. I have not. Oh boy, set in 2020 during the COVID pandemic and George Floyd protest. Is this like a Daily Wire film? What the fuck is this? I was not aware of this. Wait, I thought did I just see Michael? Oh no, I thought I saw Michael Knowles. No, it's got real people in it. Emma Stone. No, it's a woke film. Okay. Then I can watch it. It's actually good. Okay.
Infrastructure through 2028. OpenAI has pledged over $400 billion. Even the real estate company responsible for this site just closed a $3.25 billion funding round.
If these tech love so much, put it in your backyard.
A major plot point is data centers. Oh, they were ahead of the curve. Actually, they didn't say came out in 2025.
Put it away from people's homes.
So they weren't ahead of the curve. They just were going. They were planning our modern issues. Back then, I don't see why local communities should pay for the net benefit, because like how would you avoid that? I don't know how you would avoid that. It's like if something is a net benefit overall, and like in order to get that net benefit, it has to be built somewhere. Someone's going to have to pay the cost so everyone else can gain. There many things are plausibly like this, like any highway that is built, not literally any highway that is built, many highways that are built destroy some people's homes, right? They get eminent domained. Some people are paying the cost. I mean, obviously just compensation, yada, yada, yada. But some people are paying the cost of that new highway, but we do it because it benefits a lot of other people. Boo, social safety nets, especially for corpse churn, is good, and government insolvency stifles that.
This is why we're saying
it's just the exploitation of the global south.
Yeah. Slow the roll on this, because they're moving fast. We're just saying pause it so that we can move forward in a more just way.
That's right.
In a fair way.
Wow.
For everybody.
Hold on, sorry. Is she saying pause AI or just pause the data
We
centers?
need to slow the roll on this, because
Put it away from people's homes.
this is why we're saying we need to slow.
By the way, put it away from people's homes. These motherfuckers don't care if it's away from people's homes. They don't care. They don't care. The Utah data center, in fairness, that's like a really big one. I think the biggest one planned is away from people's homes, but is AOC Yud-pilled? I don't think so. Bernie kind of is, though. I agree. Data centers aren't going anywhere. They have to be built somewhere. Did I miss something, Leo, or whatever?
Blow the roll on this because they're moving fast. We're just saying.
But it's not even so much like I'm not even saying like they're not going anywhere. They have to be built somewhere. I'm just saying like if you think something is a net benefit, if it has negative local externalities. Oh, what's up, ALC? I'm looking for the best politics. You found it. You found it. Welcome in. You know, like in order to get the net benefit overall, someone might have to pay the cost somewhere.
Pause it so that we can move forward in a more just way.
That's right.
In a fair way.
Yeah, for everybody.
For everybody.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you for your.
But far from the black suburbs of Atlanta is much Trumpier country, and the idea of AOC isn't as enthusiastically received.
There are some really extreme liberal views out there.
Before they met her, I asked folks what they knew about AOC's politics.
Just from an overall view.
I think she means both.
I'm probably a lot more conservative than she is.
How are your politics evolving? And
They're evolving.
I'm not real impressed with the politics.
Do you want an AI data center in your community? It probably depends just on like how close I am to it. If it's like literally close enough that I could like hear it, then like probably not. If it's like far enough away where I couldn't hear it, then I think it'd probably be good. But I don't really think that like that impacts like my overall view that much. The whole issue is just a local politics issue, no? Well, what do you mean by that? Because Bernie and AOC do want to have like a data center moratorium, right? The issue, there's a lot of issues with local communities having a lot of control over whether data centers are built, like local zoning. Yeah. Like local zoning regulations. Yeah, exactly. That, yeah. How do you feel about flock cameras? I have not really looked into it at all. So like not high credence takes or whatever. Probably like net bad, probably, but I'm not certain. I don't know. I don't know if there's, I don't know how long flock cameras have been around because I only heard about them post T-Day. Do you believe in the AGI race? Kind of. It's hard. I'm very uncertain about it, but like, I think it's like my credence is high enough that like I think it's like something that people should be considering about and like I say worrying about it, whatever, but like have in mind. A race to get AGI. I'm assuming he means, do you believe in an AI ban? No, I think there could be like some pause AI thing that I would support, maybe, but I don't know if like and maybe the political reality or whatever factors into this or whatever, but like I don't know if there's any pause AI that I would support relative to just like some type of alignment regulation stuff, but I don't know what that would look like, to be fair. Some people say we should progress AI to be China. I'm assuming that's what North kind of means when he says AI race. Yeah. Which I think is like I think that should be like a non-zero consideration. Because even if it's not literally AGI, probably AI will get to a point where it can do a lot of stuff that benefits militaries. So like probably there's some consideration we should be weighing there. It's up to and certainly cyber attacks, right? Is something that you might have to worry about. It's up to the country or the city to make more regs, yeah, or less regs for water use / noise pollution. Yeah, it's up to we give these damn local communities too much control. That's why North Carolina is based. Actually, I've mentioned this before or whatever, but our state assembly. Actually, let me just NC banned parking minimums. We actually don't let local communities have parking minimums anymore. So based. Fawn, as the econ do comparisons during the Industrial Revolution with England would be really good to see. England has the wealth. England has the wealth, trade networks, and they even started there. My guess is the difference is regulations to preserve norms of time. We didn't have them then, so we won. True. What's up, Cadence?
Hi.
How's it going?
Great. It's going fantastic.
Yeah, I know it is. Okay. I see your post.
I'm sorry.
I see your post.
No, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm not actually sorry, but
I do know, for real.
What are you talking about?
Data centers and such right now. Because we're watching AOC. I don't know if your setup is able to see this or whatever. We're watching AOC talk to some Republican voters about this. E-girl spotted. True. What did you think of AI data centers? Is it good for the community? I'll let you elaborate.
Me?
Yes.
It's like pretty tough. I'd say I think it's really tough. I don't know that like good for the community is like a good way to say it. Cause like I don't feel like usually it really ends up doing that much good. Cause it doesn't really like I feel like usually bring jobs to like the areas they're built. It's usually people brought in.
Yeah, it
so like
doesn't
it's
bring
not
that many jobs. It does bring tax revenue.
Yeah, and that's great. But I just don't think like it benefits that much. I also don't really think it hurts that much in 99% of like circumstances. Like sometimes there's water issues and I think that that's bad and we should probably like not allow that to happen, but I think most of the time it's probably fine. And so it probably just ends up doing just about nothing and that's fine. Things can do nothing.
Well, I think it might do nothing for what the fuck am I looking at? It might do nothing for a local community, and like I think there are plausibly cases where like it's net negative for a local community, but I don't know. It seems like insofar as you think like AI is useful, it's probably worth having data centers built for that purpose. I don't know what to tell you, Tessicle Johnson. I don't know what this. See, this makes me think the data center should be burned. Actually, what I'm looking at here.
I just like and I don't know. I think like this whole water thing is really annoying and people don't know what it actually means.
True.
I just don't think people know about anything and it makes this really difficult. And honestly, can I be honest? I just don't give a fuck. But I think like insofar as it's very clear that people don't like data centers being built, I'd love for AOC to run on it. Like that's probably a good idea. For her.
Wow. Or I mean, it might be a good idea for her. I don't know. I just don't like the way. I don't like the way of thinking it promotes. There are some things that, like, even in some cases, I agree with what might be close to like the populist policy or whatever. I just don't like. I don't like the rhetoric. I think it promotes bad ways of thinking. Although the voters might have that, poor epistemics. Is that what it is? Regardless, I just don't like that. People engage in it and such and spread it.
Yeah, I mean, I just like I'm gonna be so honest, and this might be because it's summer and I don't have debate right now, so I don't have to care about things. But I honestly don't give a fuck.
Not fun endorsing deontology. I heard it here, folks. True. I'm appealing to the consequences, bro. I'm appealing to the consequences. Okay. I'm appealing to the consequences. The way of thinking promotes bad policies overall. Okay, we're gonna keep watching it. Are you watching a stream? I don't know if you like the Discord stream.
Honestly, I probably should.
Yeah, I'm keeping my stream on schedule. Okay, not letting you derail, but you can be here.
Fuck you.
We first met Beverly Morris and her husband Jeff last year when they showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water.
At least they mentioned it's a construction this time.
Meta denies.
Wait, hold on. Is this
my cold water pressure in the kitchen?
So you can.
I think this is the video where that it led to the back and forth Andy Masley had with them, because they didn't mention in the video that it was the construction of the data center, not the data center itself. I think. It could be a different video. Morpho Union has a lot of videos. That one's in Arizona.
It showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water.
Did they say where it was? Fuck. Oh, they make so many Slop videos. He did say construction. In this video, they're saying construction. In the video that they are showing on screen here, though, I don't know if they did, because I recognize even the clip of the girl, like walking in her home and showing them the sediment or whatever. It's just funny they'd be saying it now.
Do you think a data center here could make
irrigation system?
Christina with them for the last 6 years.
Have my livelihood.
I don't know if it's the same video. It looks like you combine multiple here. Okay, fuck it. Not worth it. Whatever.
a charge which Meta denies.
This is my cold water pressure in the kitchen.
So you can see the sediment.
You would recognize the clip of a girl
from the data center.
And this is what's in all the pipe.
Hold on, that's absolutely. I remember her. I have like seen this video before.
Too. They should be.
I remember her doing that.
Not us.
When we were here last year with them, Meta was still building this data center, but now it's operational.
I worry about using the water for everything.
Yeah.
I don't use the water for cooking anymore. I did for a while. You know, I thought, oh, you know, I've got to use it.
Right.
I wouldn't drink it. I haven't drank the water here in
I mean, it should
years.
be. I mean, this is my view, but it should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrison
Oh my God.
Other residents also came to us with stories of their contaminated water.
When will the Constitution have? Why didn't FDR, when he was doing the Second Bill of Rights, where was the right to indoor plumbing? What the hell? What the hell?
This is the sediment that it's picking up. The cold water pressure everywhere is pretty bad.
Where was the right to my Brita filter?
You cannot take a shower and wash dishes, or take a shower and fill up the horse's water. You just can't.
Our refrigerator broke, our HVAC broke. We have issues with the pool. So anything that's water related, we have issues with. And this is the filters from the filtration system after we pull it out. So.
And you used to change those filters once a year, or?
Yeah.
I think typical people are probably 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And now you're doing it once a month?
Yeah.
But you feel stuck, right? You feel like you can't, even if you wanted to move, you can't.
No, not in be able to get the value that we put into our home.
Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
What?
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a.
Why won't other people buy my home when it currently sucks ass because I can't use the water in it?
Large parcel of land.
It's like, obviously it sucks for them, and it's an issue of construction that maybe potentially is related to how big data centers are, because they do take up like a large land footprint. But it's something that can happen with any type of construction, at least in principle. And like two, what is this leading questions? I mean, it's a politician. They're trained on how to do this, bro. On how to manipulate you. I got AI viewers on streamboo.com. Yeah, and to get the value we put into our home, which I'm assuming just means get what they paid for it and potentially whatever they spent on renovations and such. Fun of you pro robber baron? I mean, I wouldn't say, unless you have a weird conception of what robber barons are. I don't think I am. I think they were overly demonized, but this is analogous. This is analogous. Wait, what is analogous? And you seem to favor the business side here. I don't think there's I don't think there's like rent seeking going on here of like data centers or whatever. I think there's externalities. But not, God, we hate the American homeowner, for real. They ruin everything. Do you hate homeowners, kids?
Sorry, what?
Oh, you weren't even paying attention? Okay, I see how it is. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I was texting someone.
Of course you were. Can we talk about how crazy it is that your profile picture on Twitter, I was in your ear when you took that photo, right?
You were, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Does your fucking boyfriend know that, bro?
Yeah, he loves your prairie dog edits.
You told me, yeah.
Yeah, we watch them and laugh at you.
At me?
No. That's sorry, that was mean.
Was mean.
No.
Horrible. I see how it is.
No.
I just won't make them anymore. How about that? I just won't make any more.
No, he actually said he really respects you, because there's this one guy who I posted about not being single, and he went, easiest unfollow ever. Like, did you ever even care? Were you ever even trying? Like, if this is the barrier for you, like, come on, dude.
Not a
like,
true
if the
reply.
thousands of miles between us, the fact that you have no way of really knowing me, the the way that I've never spoken to you, none of those were the barriers, but the fact that I'm no longer like single is the barrier, then like you're just like a Chad. You're just a loser, Chad.
That's true. Many such cases on Twitter.
Yeah.
I feel like
well.
maybe I'm like, maybe I'm wrong to figure out. I don't know. When I read this, and I feel like how I've heard robber baron used in the past before, it's either issues with like rent seeking or stuff that's, I think, kind of more than just like merely an activity had negative externalities or whatever. Unfettered consumption and destruction of natural resources. I guess in some silly way data centers can be analogous to that. I just think it's not that big a deal when it comes to land use or water usage or almost anything. Influencing high levels of government wage slavery, squashing competition by acquiring their competitors. I mean, that can happen in the tech industry, but I think it's kind of ambiguous as to whether like the net effect is anti-competitive. Create monopolies and or trust that control the market. That's definitely not happening in AI right now. It's very, very competitive right now. Maybe once they release Claude, maybe once they release like Chat and Fat, everyone will switch over to them and they'll have a monopoly. Darcy's been cooking lately. What has he done? I follow him on Twitter, but I haven't seen stuff from him. Or has he been debating people on TikTok or something? Are all energy companies robber barons? Yeah, I feel like it's not the externalities from data centers. They can't be anywhere close to like the worst when it comes to like U.S. corporations.
Can't, even if you wanted to move, you can't. No, not in.
I might be wrong, but is Charles a socialist? Yeah, I think he says he's a communist. Yeah, he's like a egalitarian socialist dude. But he's a chill one.
Be able to get the value that we put into our home.
Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a large parcel of land rezoned for a data center, but we don't know who it is yet that's coming.
And I'm Tina. I live in Oxford, Georgia, and it's the Amazon data center.
We're not just fighting Facebook.
It's also just under construction.
Or any of these data centers. That's not who we're fighting. We're fighting the entire institution that allows it.
They think people aren't paying attention. They'll go
So surely the solution is get rid of zoning? Always.
around, jiggling every door handle to see what county they can push these things through on.
It is necessary. I understand the need for it. But the manner in which they're going about it is not only wrong, it doesn't even make sense.
Incredibly NIMBY coded, bro. I understand it's necessary. I just don't like the way in which they're doing it, bro. Not in my backyard, yeah, exactly. But not in her backyard.
Amazon, I don't blame those businesses. I blame our government. That's who's supposed to be taking care of me. My commissioner should have been looking after our community. Our governor should be looking after our state. Like it goes up. A business is a business, and it's about making business, and they don't care what they're doing to people. They don't. And that's
For the record, I think the killing babies bit is ridiculous. How do we get on that?
a shame, but they're greedy and they don't care.
AOC's about to talk about how it kills babies.
It's how the data centers they're killing little babies.
Taking the time.
Think about all the medical research AGI is going to do and how many abortion pills they're going to be able to create, how cheap Plan B is going to be.
Oh, so that's the baby murdering.
Yeah, exactly. The days of $50 Plan B are over. Are they $50? I feel like they're around that. I don't know.
I don't really
Don't hear about it because until someone at a national level gets really serious about it, nothing's going to happen.
Between $40 and $50, I know. I'm a knower.
We should be starting congressional investigations on the effect on these and figuring out with precision how we protect our water supplies, how we protect our power bills and water bills.
Hey,
Thanks,
can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is this guy to our right like one of the Republicans?
No, this is the like journalist person who made the video.
Okay, that's what I was wondering because he looks really gay.
Nope, not that dude. Never mind.
I was like, that can't be a Republican. That guy looks like he takes it in the ass every single night.
Good to know. He didn't set off my gaydar, really.
Look at the way he's holding his hands there.
Oh, that's true. It was
Such a
just a
gay
freeze
way
frame,
to
though.
hold him. He
The
was
federal
sitting like
government-
that for 2 minutes.
I didn't know it's that.
People from getting sick.
See?
Should the federal government
Look
get
at him,
involved
though.
in
Look at
this
he's
stuff?
got his hands between his knees.
Oh shit! Oh, that is gay. That's true.
Yeah. See.
Bills and water bills.
You're right. Sorry, should never have doubted.
Thank you.
I mean, there should be like, I can't imagine the optimal amount of federal government involvement is like literally 0. I don't know what the proper involvement would look like. I don't know. I think most things that Congress people would propose right now would probably be kind of bad, kind of cringe. But probably not 0. Insofar as they should engage, sometimes it also probably should be by getting rid of power from like local communities that I think sometimes do have too much control over what gets built and such. Momentum, I didn't watch the full debate review that they did, but I saw that they did it. I'm just waiting for Ask Yourself and Avi to I was considering super chatting about it too, to run Name the Trade on Pisco, bro. I just want to see that.
And keep people from getting sick.
50 miles away from the Morrises, a group of residents successfully pushed for a moratorium on a 95-acre data center project.
Now, wait a minute. Where do I know you from?
I'm a congresswoman from New York.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you my girl. You know.
Thank you.
We organized because we know what we want in our community. And they did not anticipate that when they had the Board of Commissioner meeting that hundreds of us were going to show up. They couldn't deny us. They had to stop and say, wait a minute.
Across the country, more than 50 local data center moratoriums have already been enacted, with dozens more proposed or under consideration across the U.S. But this patchwork approach has left a lot of communities vulnerable.
Oh no.
That's an unincorporated.
Or is that a PSL shirt? Is that who it's wearing?
Want in our community.
Truthfully, I don't know what PSL is. Do you know what PSL is?
In a sucking lobby.
Data center moratorium.
Thanks. True.
Is the city limits of Forest Park, and that is where
In a crowd at the meeting.
Under consideration across the
Pisco's converting, I think. I asked him before he's coming around. I mean, when I asked him, he said like, I've not engaged with the arguments or whatever, but from my understanding, the argument seems strong.
But this patchwork approach has left a lot of communities vulnerable.
we're in a neighborhood that's in unincorporated Clayton County, but just over the fence line is the city limits of Forest Park, and that is where the facility is being built.
Wow. Okay. All right. So the county has a moratorium, but the city does not?
Correct.
Wow. And so the city, even though the city's inside the county, it's not covered. Hoo-wee. All right. Talk about a loophole.
Yes.
For now, the local fight continues.
The community has said we want walkability.
How would that?
I don't know. It seems to America, everything's like our local.
Okay.
our
That
local-
law just that. Okay, whatever.
It seems silly. Loopholes isn't that just different jurisdictions? Yeah, I don't think it's fair to think it's a loophole. It's just silly. It's just how. This is what we've done to local politics. It sucks. Whatever.
In our neighborhoods, we want clean air, we want clean water, but we have to keep fighting. It's like a continual fight. It's like we're surrounded by piranhas, you know, that just keep trying to pick at us, but we just keep fighting.
In March 2026, AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation at the federal level called the AI Data Center Moratorium Act. It's both a response to growing opposition to these facilities, but also about the need to establish a nationwide policy about their construction.
Our responsibility is to take care of people, and that is what we're here to do today.
What you're proposing is a national moratorium.
Yes, and it's, you know, it's not the same thing as an outright ban, but it's saying we need to meet some basic protections for people. We need some guarantees on your water, on the air that you breathe. We need to make sure.
It's a PSL shirt, 843. I didn't notice it. Hold on. Am I a moratorium? It's not like an outright ban on the use of AI.
Show up.
But it is this dude. Oh yeah. This guy's got a DSA shirt on. Is that what that is? It looks like it. But it is if I understand the what the word moratorium means. It's not just like we're regulating the conditions under which it can be built. It's like you just kind of can't build it.
Well, but remember, it's woke.
It is woke and proletarian pilled.
So maybe think about that.
Are you pro DSA? I mean, not really. I don't. from my understanding, there are like segments of the DSA that I don't think are like that crazy or whatever. You know, if you're just like SDL or whatever, and you're a DSA supporter in that way, that's fine, whatever. You know, we have disagreements, but whatever. And then I think there are other segments of the DSA that are kind of crazy that like voted to condemn AOC over like the Iron Dome funding to Israel or whatever she said or voted on, whatever. Oh, I can't even look at the text of it. Enact a reasonable pause to the development of AI to ensure the safety of humanity. It seems like closer to an outright ban than just like a regulation.
To do today.
What you're proposing is a national moratorium.
Yes, and it's, you know, it's not the same. We need some guarantees on your water, on the air that you breathe. We need to make sure that the jobs that stand to be wiped out.
On the air that you breathe?
We're not just leaving people.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's it doing to the air?
I know people say it raises the temperature. I don't actually know if it. I don't know if anyone claims it like pollutes the air. For carbon emissions.
Okay, we're just throwing shit out there. I like it.
They're gonna be breathing in so much carbon, bro.
You know, out to dry. And we need to just have some really basic common sense protections for people.
The bill would require a building moratorium until the federal government passes laws mitigating job losses, preventing utility rate hikes.
Okay. So it's only a ban. I like how I talk about nitrogen like it's CO2. Yeah, it's gonna kill you, bro. It's only a ban until we figure out what to do. Okay. Don't worry, guys.
Great.
So
And I'm glad
data
until we
centers-
figure out what to do is like super clear and like we all know what that means.
Obviously. We're gonna have the squad coalition in well, actually right after the midterms. They're gonna figure it out. Don't you worry.
Establishing environmental protections, among other things. The question is whether this is enough to persuade conservative voters to support someone.
Any link to the actual bill? I had the website on the screen earlier, but it was just it just says the text doesn't exist as of now. But they had the bill.
Among other things, laws mitigating job
Protections for people.
The bill would require a building moratorium until the federal.
I don't know. They gotta have it somewhere. I didn't see it on Bernie's website. I just saw this like press statement about it. Oh, this? Wait, no, this is not. I don't know. Ask Claude. I bet Claude can find it. Oh, my cat's attacking me. No. What do you want, bro? I think I know what he wants. I think he wants to go outside. Meow. That's what he's telling me right now.
Government passes laws mitigating job losses, preventing utility rate hikes, and establishing environmental protections, among other things. The question is whether this is enough to persuade conservative voters.
I gotta get my blanket of defense against him.
Do you think that people here could get behind someone like AOC and her ideas for AI and data centers?
I can get behind AOC if you know what I'm
going to
saying.
fight for their rights to clean water.
Bro.
Live their life without dealing with this.
Now?
I wrote that on my, well, I didn't write that exactly, but I remember having a AP US government like discussion forum or something or whatever, and I remember writing AOC was hot in it, and I remember regretting it later.
Yeah, I can see why you would regret that.
I stand by it though.
The tide on this is starting to turn, the politics on this, because everyday people are starting to catch on to what's going on.
She may be on the left, but on the data center issue, seems more centered and genuinely concerned about.
Oh my God.
And, that's refreshing to hear.
How do you wrap your head around addressing this at the national level?
We need to put people first, and we need those protections to be ironclad and guaranteed before we can have a conversation about what does and doesn't get constructed.
Do you think that this is an issue that could maybe pull our country together?
That's so inappropriate and off on. Sorry. I would never objectify a woman in any way. Do not look at any of my Twitter replies to Cadence. Oh, thank you. It was on Sanders' website. I just didn't dig deep enough. 13 pages. So many, guys. So many. Why are we named it? Elon Musk, the wealthiest person alive and worth $826 billion. What do we do? Is this usual in congressional bills? I feel like it's not that common. We're name dropping Anthropic CEO, Google's head of DeepMind. Guys, don't worry. It's 13 pages, but half of it is actually just quoting people. Not anymore. Oh, that's true. I gotta update the bill. Trillionaire now.
I don't know if it's going to pull our government all together. It's pulling the people together.
If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is going to be the one to do it.
Days later, AOC showed Beverly's water samples to an EPA water official testifying before her committee.
I remember this. What's the shrimp? Please explain it. Please explain it. The shrimp talk sometimes? Yeah, if you do exclamation point ask in the chat, you can ask a question to the shrimp and he'll reply. But the shrimp relates to everyone's favorite charity, the most effective charity, the Shrimp Welfare Project. Wait, I was right? Yeah. It was the water clip, indeed. But essentially, over like 500 billion shrimp die every year. And they're killed, farm shrimp specifically, and they're killed in ice slurries. And these ice slurries, these poor little shrimp are left to die over the course of like 20 minutes, being buried alive in ice, slowly freezing to death and suffocating. Horrible way for them to die. Luckily, we have these electrical stunning machines, which the Shrimp Welfare Project uses money from here donations to provide to farmers that can painlessly and immediately stun the shrimp before they undergo this process. And just a single dollar given to the Shrimp Welfare Project can save about 14,000 shrimp over the next 10 years from experiencing this painful death. That's that.
I have a jar right here. The only difference between the clean water and this was that
That is nice, indeed. Shrimp Welfare Project subathon soon-ish. I gotta decide when exactly I'll do it, but sometime this summer.
I have another one as well. This is
Truth is, Fawn wants to kill the shrimp faster with less cost. True. Wait, are you vegan? I am vegan, but like I don't think you have to be vegan to support the Shrimp Welfare Project. I think you can believe it's like a good way to just reduce suffering by donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project without believing you have like an obligation to be vegan.
I eat so many shrimp on the daily to counteract everything he donates.
Horrible, horrible, horrible. This is why you guys must do exclamation point TTS in the chat and donate to me, because 10% of my income goes to charities. So if you want to offset how evil Cadence is, don't donate to charities yourself. Just like donate to me, and then I donate some of it to charity later on. You know, obviously. So Fawn would kill all insects regardless of externalities because he thinks it's absolutely not true regardless of externalities, but because he thinks they lead miserable lives. There are like some insects for which it might be the case, but certainly not regardless of externalities. Whenever I talk to people about that, I'm always talking about the externalities there. I talked to literally Beth. I don't know if you were there, Jabir, or anything, but like I literally talked to Bethany's bulldog about whether we should kill the bees, and I was like, I mean, like probably not. Like probably the externalities from killing all the bees would be worse than the amount of like suffering you reduce by just not having all the bees in the wild die anymore. He was like, no, not fun. You've been sold a lie by the evil pollinator coalition. It turns out bees are like actually not that important for like pollinators overall. And you could cope with it. Big B, indeed, big B. Jerry Seinfeld at it again. Horrible. I was there for the ballroom discussion. Did we discuss the ballroom?
It's what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
Don't worry, everyone. Deontology is true, and Course Guard's arguments for animal welfare are wrong. I don't even recognize the name. Who's this dude? Sorry, woman. Sorry. Who is she? Sorry. I don't think I'm familiar with her arguments. Oh, argues that Kantian ethics supports animal rights. Okay, so she's just like moral law within but not on Twitter. I see how it is. That's the impression I'm getting from this person. Are you in Midtown Manhattan? No. I'm like 9 or more hours away from Manhattan. But I saw that post. Of course I did.
As soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met.
There are a lot of people with a lot of money who don't want to see this thing slow down. They're like, the train's moving fast. We can't afford to stop. Doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later.
I've been in a lot of political fights that have seemed insurmountable before that we've won.
1, 2, 3.
No data center.
I just don't believe in impossible. I just think that,
Oh, damn, hold on. I was almost exactly right. Yeah, I'm like a little under 9 hours away from, I just put in Rockefeller Center. I don't know what counts as Midtown Manhattan.
if you think something's impossible, it's just that's an imagination problem.
We're going to keep following this story.
Kill me. Incredible. I wonder if Sarah's discussing anything interesting, guys. Let's see. Last thing I heard when I clicked on it was that gay and trans people were the same. So what are we going to get this time? It's like a lottery every time.
To American soil, it's never going to matter. Like that's what it's basically going to take. Like, America is a big ass island. And unless you can get close enough to that island, it's not going to matter. You just think, when's the last time there was a war on American soil?
You see the type of intellectuals I deal with? Okay, I see how it is. Damn.
Wait, what?
I said, do you see the type of intellectuals I deal with in my debates?
Oh yeah, I feel. It makes me feel like you're so much smarter.
Closest is Pearl
Harbor.
Yeah, obviously.
Harbor, and conspiracy theorists will tell you. I agree with you that they could be they would have.
Oh, Dylan, thanks for the membership. I appreciate it. Welcome in, brother.
I'm gonna hop off non-fun. I've got to go finger myself.
Okay. I appreciate you stopping by.
All right, bye.
See you later.
See ya. I'm still here. Shit.
True.
Major one though.
Like in
but I agree with you.
Well, there could be a terrorist act, but what they're
Okay. Incredible. How long is this? 9 pages. That's not that long. It needs to be something that's at least a little bit not slop. Okay. At least a little bit not just slop. There's no page equivalent to this or whatever. This is a little bit shorter. Okay, I haven't looked into this at all. Oh, is my feed... Oh, wait, fuck. Oh, shit. Yeah, the chat is frozen. Damn. Hold on. Sorry, guys. My bad. Shit. Oh, I figured out what happened. My laptop died. My bad. My bad, folks. My bad. Thanks, Shapringo. On-screen chat is broken. Yeah, yeah. I can manually check it, but my window for displaying all the chats in one feed is broken, so I gotta... Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. Okay, welcome Dylan Thomas, for real. And, yeah, momentum. Okay. Should be good. Ideally. Oh, what's up, Metro? You can call it unfair, but when there is a crowded public transport dependent city such as NYC, there has to be almost zero crime for it to be safe, whereas a sprawling car dependent city can absorb a lot of crime without being unsafe. Okay. I don't know. I can understand the general point there. I don't necessarily disagree with it, but like, I'm not certain. For example, like European countries don't just have like zero crime in urban centers still, like less in the U.S. from my understanding typically. But you know, I went to re-up my Twitch sub and apparently didn't auto renew. Say, damn. Well, you still got your badge here. Actually, it doesn't show. It doesn't show how many months, but whatever. How many cases do we have of reduced electricity costs due to the new data center infrastructure? I don't know if empirically it's been documented that it has happened yet. I'm aware of one case where it was expected to, but I don't know if empirically there has been a case where it's been demonstrated that it has happened yet. 0 is my bet, but I also don't think we have like good evidence that the data center build has like significantly raised electricity costs for even local communities. I think there's evidence that it's raised it a bit, like not like significantly. I'm aware of this, but I think this was just a expectation. Yeah, it seems like an argument with a lot of hidden, deeply contested assumptions, retransit, sure. But it has raised cost, so it's a net drain on the communities right now. That doesn't follow. Obviously, like just go back to the, obviously, okay, Loudoun County is, in fairness, the place that has the most, like, data centers per capita in the country. But, oh, Dylan Thomas, for the sub, let's go.
It's still 10 months. Love how they still pick that up.
Choice is better at it. And welcome back, Self-Drama. Do my electricity bill's infinity to dollars. What the fuck? But, like, obviously, maybe you don't believe these numbers or whatever, but these, we can go through the sources here. It's about $6 per person, or sorry, per month, for people in Loudoun County, that electricity usage, or sorry, that data centers increase their electricity cost, versus the $1.3 billion of tax money they bring in every year. Like the total increased cost of electricity, 15 to 20 million per year. What did I miss, Metro? You can have all this kind of homicides in Dallas, but as long as it is gangbangers shooting other gangbangers on empty streets, it doesn't affect any normal people. The average taxpayer could just go about its life. However, if a crazy bum assaults a innocent person in a crowded NYC subway car, there are 200 people now terrified victims. If there, I understand the conceptual point there. I'm just not sure, like how. Like how big the effect, like I think there is like some effect there. I'm just not like certain how big it is. Now, the AI data centers are actually close to home, so they can plug into computers using the neighbor's outlets. That's true. But like, the data centers, like clearly, electricity is going to be a big deal for them because of how like intensely they use it or whatever. But like, there's going to be analogous cases of like any industry that uses a large amount of any given particular resource that can still obviously be like a net benefit. Like quite obviously. How is the local municipality benefiting from that 1.3 billion? Are you crazy? I can see why property tax, maybe state income, but everything else is indirect. Where does the 1.3 come from? It comes from taxing data centers. Like I don't like. Are there cases where, first of all, is like the benefit there not super salient to some people, and like in some cases indirect? Like sure. I can get that, but like clearly you understand conceptually. Like I just need you to say like it is possible for the tax revenue raised by an industry to outweigh the like that is a benefit that can in theory plausibly outweigh the increased electricity cost. I just like need to hear that from you. Like clearly this is like a thing that can happen. It's like half of the county's tax revenue, apparently. Two decades ago, the county heavily relied on residential property taxes to pay bills, with only 19% of the real estate tax base comprised of commercial uses. Now, in large part because of the data center growth, that number is 51%. I don't know if Loudoun County has specifically, but I believe there are counties that have cut property taxes for individuals because of data centers. With all the caveats you gave, yes, I'm pro AI. I see the onboarding cost incentives, etc., being paid by rural communities, not metro communities. Well, that's just because the data centers have like big footprints, right? Long-term AI will massively benefit the economy. Yeah, I'd rather be poor so long if I don't have to see those people data centers. As long as it's not the evil corporate data centers. Loudoun reduced its homeowner property tax rate every year for a decade, cutting it by about 40%. And Loudoun County is like I said, in some sense they're an outlier because they have the most data centers per capita of any county in the US. But conceptually, like this is clearly a thing that I'm gonna reveal. Again, even if it's sometimes a drain on the local community, it's just like, yeah, sometimes like building a highway is like net negative for the people living in the homes of where the highways are. But like overall, it's definitely possible for highways to be a net benefit because of the benefits they provide to everyone else. Kind of point, we should offload all costs possible to rural communities. They've outsized political power and economic leeches. True. Yeah, this is actually true, based. Okay, they get subsidies anyway. Okay, there's so many programs meant to support rural counties. All right, they get subsidies for like planes to fly to them. They get the USPS is like indirectly subsidizing postage to their areas. Right? Okay, what is making them pay their fair share in a roundabout way? Really do need some mom and pop data centers, obviously. Any new thoughts about the Iran situation? Like I said, I haven't seen I've only seen like the headlines of like Israel just said, we're still fucking gonna attack Hezbollah if we wanna. Oh no, they agreed to a ceasefire. What did I miss you, Pringo? So will you agree that the current build-out plan is not equitable, choosing this word purposely? That's just not very meaningful to me. If all you mean by equitable, you means has cost like disproportionately on rural communities, I guess technically sure, but I think that's the case with any industry that needs like a lot of land use. I don't think that the like agricultural land use is like equitable in the sense that it's all in like rural communities, but like who really cares? Well, I mean, I care for other reasons, but you get the point. Avi was posting about it all day. Oh, man. In a good or bad way. What the fuck? Flood support, the attack on the refinery, Moscow. Incredible. I saw all this, the videos of the attack. I'm betting we both heard each other say yes. I just think that like it's in a very meaningless sense. And I'm weird. I use that for agreeing with the above post. Oh, it's also being sarcastic, I think, but I still like the idea. It's not, I see people use it for that sometimes, but also I know people use it because sometimes I don't read every message and they want me to read the last thing. I have sympathy. Avi has gone a tad insane, but Avi has gone a tad insane over the past few years. I know. That's why it's just funny to look at what he's posting. And the highway argument is sort of built as being a public good or quasi-public good, but data centers' main public contribution is tax revenue for the city. Yeah, that's like fair. I'm just trying to get like conceptually the point across that there's like, even though data centers are really privatized and like aren't directly owned by the city, they're not as direct of a public good or whatever. Like clearly there are going to be cases where the cost to something is to some people is like net negative for them as individuals, and it's not like equitably shared across everyone. Not everyone is equally sharing in the cost of building this highway. There are some people whose homes are directly in the way of it, so they have to like eminent domain their home and move. There are some people whose homes are close enough to it that they now have to hear a bunch of cars or whatever. But like it's still possible conceptually for programs like these to be net benefits. But I haven't looked into this like at all. I don't know. Israel's buildup agreed to a ceasefire. U.S. officials say, following an intense Israeli airstrikes inside Lebanon, it killed 47 people. I saw all of this. The latest agreement followed concerns that continued clashes, which also saw Hezbollah kill 4 Israeli soldiers in Lebanon, would undermine the deal to end the war between the U.S. and Iran. The Israeli military confirmed that a ceasefire was in effect, but later a spokesperson said forces would continue to remove immediate threat. Okay, cool. Hezbollah is yet to confirm the ceasefire, but a Secretary General Sheikh Inam Qassam said the project to eliminate Hezbollah has failed. All these people are supposed to be properly compensated at fair market value. Yeah, they don't always want to move for the highway, but they aren't supposed to be shafted for the greater good. Financially, that is. They kind of literally are being shafted for that. Right? Obviously, they are entitled to just compensation. But like, even if first of all, you just remove that entirely and focus on people who there's some externality where they aren't compensated for. And this is the case both with public and private projects, right? So like construction on its own is a negative externality, be it like public or private construction. People have to deal, with hearing it. It's kind of ugly to watch it be built. Sometimes say if they're, obviously roads are government funded or whatever, but I guess even if they're constructing a private building and stuff, sometimes they have to close the road or close a lane of the road. Right. And these are like externalities you're not like directly compensated for, but we recognize, sometimes building things, sometimes policy, sometimes some people just got hurt. Read theory. Wait, what are you replying to here? Oh, are you a lib, dear sir? I'm a liberal, yeah. Channel rolls in the death of Western Marxism. I don't know who this dude is. Life by Bethan's Bulldog, Richard Anania, and Andrew Biggs. Okay, this gotta be good then. I'm voting for Metro Downtown Nuclear based. I would support. I mean, probably there are technically ways they have to be able to technically do that, right? Probably not safely. It probably makes sense to build them in rural communities, but probably if they have nuclear reactors on like aircraft carriers, they got to be small enough that they could conceivably make some that are small enough to just operate downtown. Although they, economies of scale exist, I'm sure it's more efficient to build a big one in the middle of a rural area. The Talkins clause kind of sucks, but hey, it's still taking clause. It's built into the Constitution. Yeah. Do any other countries have like the eminent domain clause in their like Constitution? Some of them got it, I guess, but okay. Anyway, haven't looked into this at all. I'm probably gonna read most of the stuff about it off stream, but it's a nice little summary thing of it. So don't take any of my readings here as me agreeing or disagreeing with certain methodologies necessarily. You know what's really annoying? The Constitution says we can't get rid of the Senate. I know. Well, you probably could. There has to be some way that you could design the Senate in such a way that would just be like essentially ceremonial. I get so. Ooh. The 17th Amendment actually kind of might screw us a bit there. We can, of course, amend the Constitution and get rid of that clause and then get rid of the Senate, but that's 2 amendments, yeah. Because the 17th Amendment means senators have to be elected by state popular vote. So you couldn't go back to like a state. If senators were still chosen by like the state legislator, you probably could do like a funny game where like the state legislator is just like it automatically appoints someone from the House of Representatives to be that state's like senator, and that is always vote the same on everything. There has to be a way you could design it to do something like that. But I think the 17th Amendment will kind of fuck us there. Fawn, have you read the Federalist Papers? Not like all of them. There are a lot of them, but I've read the full text of like at least some of the big ones, like Fed 70 and Fed 71, which honestly I could not tell you for sure which specific things they talk about. I believe it's either Fed 70 or Fed 71 is about the need for one executive as opposed to like a council or whatever. Yes, I'm right. Argues for a single, energetic, and unified executive branch. Hold on. I don't know if Fed 71 is off the top of my head. Oh, is it? 4-year presidential term. Okay. But I haven't read all of them. I would recommend the review Eucharist is doing. I mean, is he like streaming it or what is it? I might be interested in that, but certain type of guy was calling Kirk a Zog slave like the day before he was shot. Now they're trying to retcon him into some anti-Israel voice. I know it's crazy people fucking do that. And there's like so many clips of Kirk being pro-Israel. But we got Candace Owen to do the conspiracies. So okay, no more distractions. You can, I give you guys permission to distract me still. I'm just going to start this now. The question economists have been exploring for decades is whether we actually know what minimum wage increases due to employment. But an equally important question is whether the methods economists have increasingly relied upon to answer that question are as clean as advertised. A new working paper by David Newmark and Antonio Rodriguez Lopez, Modern Differences in Differences, Same Old Answers, lands a serious blow against recent high-profile research claiming that minimum wages have little to no effect on jobs. Their argument isn't that event study designs are bad, it's that the null results attributed to these methods are artifacts of specific, defensible-sounding, but ultimately flawed research choices that, once corrected, yield the same old answer. Minimum wage increases reduce employment. The methodological flight of hand. Am I crazy, or I'm not accusing this guy or anything? Does like ChatGPT say sleight of hand a lot? This is ChatGPT coded to me now. There are so many things that are like ChatGPT coded to me now, and I don't. Sometimes I get the vibes when I read stuff, but I think it's probably just because obviously ChatGPT is trained off of this type of stuff. Not for me, but I do math shit. It might just be my ChatGPT personality. The papers in the crosshair, aren't there? There's got to be. I don't know if there's like an easily accessible database or whatever. I know people have done studies where they look at how much ChatGPT says words compared to how often it's in like regular conversation and such in regular writings. So I know like we have data on ChatGPT saying delve a lot more. I don't know if there's easily accessible stuff for that or not. If I just look up like ChatGPT frequently used words database, I don't know if there's anything I want. But I'm going to confirmation bias by typing in sleight of hand. Well, it's not in this Reddit list. Fun fact, LLM speak was heavily based off the upper class of former Commonwealth Africa, since they were heavily involved in curating the corpus. Oh no. So when people complain about LLM speak, they're literally being racist against AI. That's true. That's true. Literally robot phobic. Okay, the papers in the crosshair are Sengiz, Dube, Lindir, and Zippier. Is that even on that? Known in literature as CDLZ, and a recent Handbook of Labor Economics chapter by Dube and Linder 2024. Both of these are influential studies. CDLZ's stacked event study design has become something of a gold standard in the minimum wage literature, cited over 3,000 times, with a majority citation specifically referring to the stacked design. Dube and Linder's handbook chapter has helped cement the narrative that modern difference in different methods correctly show a null effect. Newark and Rodriguez Lopez, working with the same data, the same period coverage, and the same event study architecture, identify several choices embedded in the null results papers that are doing a lot of work. The most striking is the dependent variable. CDLZ measures the employment as a share of a varying population, that is the current population in each period, which itself changes in response to minimum wage policy. This matters enormously. There's a well-documented negative relationship between minimum wages and population. Higher minimum wages tend to reduce population in affected areas as workers and firms relocate. When both employment and population fall after a minimum wage hike, the ratio of the two can actually increase, making it look as though the jobs are created when in fact jobs were destroyed. CDLZ never justified its choice and is inconsistent with their stated goal of estimating effects on low-wage jobs. When Newmark and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and Rodriguez Lopez switched to either a constant population denominator or simply log employment, both why would log employment help here? Both more defensible specifications, the long-run employment elasticity shifts from statistically negligible to a significant weighted or negative 0.09 weighted or negative 0.20 unweighted. The range problem. The second major issue is sample truncation. CDLZ stack design focuses only on jobs in the $4 range below and $5 range above the new minimum wage. Exponential differences get linearized. I understand the general concept of like logs, but I don't and why they're useful when you do regressions and stuff. But I don't understand. I need to read more. Fuck me. When they're saying the issue is there's a well-documented negative relationship between minimum wages and population. The issue here strikes me as essentially a violation of parallel trends. It's saying the difference in difference is invalid because by comparing to a varying population, when your whatever control city that's supposed to have parallel trends doesn't have the same reallocation effects, like you're violating parallel trends there. And I can see how switching to a constant population could fix that, but I don't see how log employment would fix that. But maybe I'm missing something and it's not like supposed to be just like a violation of parallel trends. Like what you do when mapping wealth, when orders of magnitude are involved, response to data. I recognize that. As huge swings in order of magnitude. But I just don't get why. Maybe Claude will know. I just don't know why it would fix the issue that they're trying to identify there. The range problem. The second major issue is sample truncation. CDLZ stack design focuses only on jobs in the we read that. The implicit assumption is that minimum wage effects are zero outside this band, and that firms don't respond to a wage floor by cutting jobs across the broader wage distribution. Newmark and Rodriguez Lopez show this assumption is wrong. When firms exit the market due to minimum wages, jobs are destroyed along the entire wage distribution, not just the directly affected wage bins. Including employment effects outside the restricted range yield significant additional job losses. Restaurants, even harder to dismiss. The restaurant sector has long been the canonical case study in minimum wage research, precisely because it employs many low-wage workers and faces thin margins. Even the no-results literature concedes something here. Dube and Linder's own estimates show a weighted own wage elasticity of negative 0.03 for restaurants. I don't know how to pronounce it. I feel like I pronounce it differently every time. Newmark and Rodriguez Lopez find something more striking. The estimate is so fragile it collapses under the weight of a single methodological choice. Switch from weighted to unweighted estimation, and the restaurant own wage elasticity moves from negative 0.03 to a significant negative 0.38. The difference turns out to be driven by California and New York, two enormous high productivity, high wage states that dominate weighted regressions. When those two states are excluded from the Dube-Linder analysis, both weighted and unweighted estimates point to job losses. What's true in California isn't necessarily true in lower wage labor markets, and those markets are where minimum wage hits the hardest. Generally done on a case-by-case basis, it always seemed like an arbitrary choice to be, but Pareto distributions are extremely common. I don't know how this relates to my question, honestly. Maybe I mentioned something. I don't see how that really relates to the thing. In the restaurant sample excluding California and New York, employment to population ratio declined steadily and significantly in the years following a minimum wage event. Doesn't Dube himself say that minimum wage should be correlated to the median wage? Yeah, he says it should be, I think, indexed to 2/3 at a median wage in the local area. The employment to population ratio declined steadily and significantly in the years following a minimum wage event, reaching -2 to -3% by year 4 or 5. In the full weighted samples, that signal is swamped by the gravitational pull of two states whose labor markets are sufficiently tight that minimum wage hikes may genuinely be less disruptive. Yes, removing California and New York seems to be itself methodologically suspect here. Yeah, I don't really, you know. I think it depends on what question you want to answer. I can see how you can take issues with with people being it's almost more of an issue of the reporting on it or whatever, or the implications people get from it. Of the issue is you have a study that the headline result can be no effect of minimum wage on unemployment, or statistically insignificant effects or whatever. And if you're doing the stack the ID design and it is being significantly affected by California and New York, the issue is you're going to get people, you're going to get politicians, there's going to be some understanding that the normies have that oh, we should do a minimum wage in my town because this study says so and so. But authors I don't think have it's impossible for authors to entirely control those things. There's some minimum obligation there, but because you need to look at the percentage change of minimum wage, not absolute dollar. Yeah, well they do a difference. So okay, what it's really all about. The paper is a case study in what we might call methodology laundering. The use of ostensibly rigorous modern techniques to lend credibility to findings that ultimately depend on contestable underlying choices. The stacked event study design here is not the problem. It's a genuine methodological improvement in many respects. The problem is that the null results have been presented as if they follow inevitably from the design, when in fact they follow from the design plus moving a denominator plus a narrow wage window plus a weighting scheme that amplifies the most unusual labor markets in the country. None of these choices are obviously wrong in their face. Some even have superficially plausible justifications, but taken together, they systemically push estimated effects towards zero in a way that would not be expected under genuinely neutral research design. Getting the employment effects of minimum wage right is an academic exercise. States and cities are setting wages well above historical norms, often relying on research that, as the paper shows, is more fragile than its prominence suggests. The same old answer, it turns out. Or you're right. The wild one is ranking well-touched income versus municipality across the state. If I remember correctly, that had to be log X, log Y, since both had a huge order of magnitude differences. Sorry if that wasn't helpful. I don't know if it's helpful for the specific question I asked earlier. I did see, I think Sam, hold on, I gotta go through my Twitter likes to find it, and there's a bunch of women in there, so hold on. Sam pointed out that one of the authors of the paper apparently used or had the same issue with the constant population as well. He's the author of the They Do Dube papers properly, seemingly admitting that multiple of their own papers in the past were not done properly. I'm sure they'll keep that in mind for the future. Yeah, Antonio Rodriguez. Got me. We used our population on the RHS several times in our other MW papers, but that was before this last paper where we discovered how deep the pop MW, or minimum wage, relationship is. Which is like, I mean, it's fair if he doesn't like anything about it and like the new paper changes his mind or whatever, but it is just a little funny. All right, hold on. Let me do some. Let me use a few liters of water real quick. All right. I read this part. That's basically saying there is a violation in parallel trends. I can see how switching to the constant population would fix this. But I fail to see how using log employment would fix it. Some of those quotes of water per query seem way overblown to me. Oh, they are. People say like crazy things about it. Andy Masley has quite a bit of work on it. It seems like probably it's like the like median prompt is like probably 2 milliliters of water, including the cost of training the AI and the power it uses for the output. I think most estimates for like AI water usage, most of the like water usage actually comes not from the data center itself, but from the power used to run the data center. So, which is, it's not like necessarily unfair to include, but it's not like what people understand it to include. A lot of things use a lot of water too. People just don't understand. People just hear big numbers and they don't understand that like your sneakers use like 60 liters of water to make, which is like, you know, thousands of median or hundreds of thousands, I think, even of like the median chatbot prompt. Okay, there's like 9 pages. Do I have to sound in Zotero already? I might. I don't think I do. Yeah, but does it count for the one-off, or does it capture reclaimed resources? It, I don't know what you mean by, does like the 2 milliliter number account for? The burger they ate, yeah, that's true as well. It's more water than their entire prompt for yeah. If you're a vegan, okay, you can use AI like entirely guilt free. Okay, you can. Even if you're me and you use the crazy frontier models. Okay. Let's see what Claude gives me. The unlock is to stop calling it a parallel trends problem. Fuck, I was wrong. It's a bad denominator problem, and those are different failure modes, which is exactly why your intuition stalls in the log employment case. Parallel trends is a claim about the counterfactual. Absent treatment. Would treated and treat. Yes, I'm familiar with what parallel trends is. But population isn't a co-founder in the background. It's an outcome of the treatment. The minimum wage causality pushes the population down. So pop in CDLZ's denominator is a post-treatment variable responding to the very thing you're trying to measure. You're dividing it by the number of jobs the policy is shrinking. Okay, once you frame it that way, the decomposition makes the fix obvious. ln employment over population is equal to ln population minus ln pop. So the minimum wage effect on the ratio is equal to the effect on employment minus the effect of population. They're unweighted, all events numbers. And it's quoting from the paper now, like I read the paper. Table 8 employment effects, about 1.38% population effect, about negative 0.018% ratio effect. Population decline is absorbing roughly 60% of the true job loss. That gap is the null result. So why does log employment fix it? Because it has no denominator. The outcome is the number of jobs full stop. Whatever the minimum wage plus the population never enters a regression. So we can't contaminate the estimate. You're not correcting the population response. You're sidestepping it by measuring the quantity you actually care about. Okay. I see what we're doing. Okay. Like maybe my sneakers use X liter of HCO, but usually some percentage of that resource is reclaimed. Yeah, I think, so it is accounting for that as far as I know. I think so I had Claude find a source for me on this while I was at the summer camp, because remember I said earlier, my friend was like telling me she didn't use AI because of the water usage or whatever, and I just like I was just like hey Claude, just real quick, can you like find a good source for like how much water like a regular pair of sneakers uses? It was like 60 liters, and it was like why does the search thing suck? Did I delete the chat or something? I don't want to leak my Claude history. I don't think there's anything actually bad in here, but I don't want to. God, you were so much more dramatic than I would have been, LAO. I didn't even actually end up showing it to her, but I did have partly also just because I wanted to test Fable 5. Oh, is that why I can't find it? I should still be able to see the fucking things if I want to see them, right? The chat history. But I just got a little bit triggered in front of it. Just I wanted to test Fable 5, so like I had it try to calculate roughly based on how much how many carbon emissions per person it was for just my family to drive up to the camp that we went to, and how much water in comparison my sneakers used. And it's like per person. The car thing was crazy because cars are horrible. And it was in fairness, it was a long trip. It was like a 500-mile, almost not quite trip. And like just including the sort of emissions from the car itself, not manufacturing the car, not of the gas that's in it, right? Like just what we like, not of like the refining and stuff of the gas. I mean, it's like 130,000 median chatbot prompts worth of carbon per person. There was 5 people in the car. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I had this downloaded. Where's my recycle bin? Okay, hold on, I got it. Hold on, now let me import it to Notion. Oh, gotta drive, but I'm talking. Sorry, taking you with me. I appreciate it. Boom. Okay, here's my Fable 5 thing. I think somewhere it has the source here or whatever. There's a difference between, I remember it talking about like brown water and gray water or something. A cradle to grave life cycle assessment comparing synthetic and biodegradable running shoes found synthetic shoes had higher blue water consumption, plus 8 liters of gray water pollution potential. We round the 58 blue liter water figure to 60 liters. So it's a free Claude user. Is PayCloud really use it? Worth it. I'm assuming that's what you meant. It just depends on how often you use it. Certainly if you like want it to do relatively complex things often, and especially if you want to be able to do like semi like self-directed things, I think it's worth it because Claude Code is like a lot better at that. It just depends on how much you use it. It's worth it for me just because of the stuff I do with it. Okay, if I just look up blue water versus gray water. Okay, gray water is water used from wastewater from household activities. Thank you, Reddit. Thank you, Google Gemini Reddit summary. Yeah, okay. Hold on, I low-key just want to see what this is. I might read this after stream if it's 2.0 read on stream. But it seemed very cool to me. And I haven't read it before, and I'm kind of surprised I haven't. This seems like something I would have seen before. Back when I was an undergraduate, during the final years of the Cold War, by far the most exciting thing going on in political philosophy was the powerful resurgence of Marxism in the English-speaking world. Most of this work was being done under the banner of analytical Marxism, aka no bullshit Marxism. Following the publication of Gerald Cohen's Karl Marx Theory, History, Defense, and its subsequent evaluation to the, don't know how to pronounce that, professorship into social and political philosophy at Oxford. Meanwhile, in Germany, ooh, not even gonna try. Send me Substack, this Substack? I'll send it in my Discord server. Explain my Discord in the chat if you guys wanna go to the Discord server. Incredibly compact. What? Legitimations problem spats capitalism. No, the minimum wage one. Oh, I assumed it just misspelled me. I'm assuming it's stuff you've seen on Twitter before, but I'll send it to you. promised to be reinvigorate Marx's analysis of capitalist crises in the language of contemporary system theories. It was an exciting time to be a young radical. One could say without exaggeration that many of the smartest and most important people working in political philosophy were Marxists of some description. So what happened to all this fermented excitement, all of the high-powered theory being done under the banner of Western Marxism? It's the damnedest thing, but all of those smart, important Marxists and neo-Marxists doing all the high-powered work became liberals. Every single one of the theorists at the core of the analytic Marxist movement, not just Cohen, but Philip Van... don't know how to pronounce that, whatever. John Romer, Alan Buchanan, and John Elster, as well as inheritors of the Frankfurt School like Habermas, wound up embracing some variant of the view that came to be known as liberal egalitarianism. Of course, there's not a capitulation to the old-fashioned classical liberalism of the 19th century. It was rather a defection to the style of modern liberalism that found its canonical expression in the work of John Rawls. If one felt like putting the point diplomatically, one might say that the no-bullshit Marxist, after having removed all the bullshit from Marxism, discovered that there was nothing left but liberalism. This was not quite right, though, because what they actually discovered was that the new modernized, reinvigorated liberalism propounded by Rawls was both expressively and rhetorically superior to the reconstructed Marxism they've been trying to defend. So they switched allegiances, sometimes with fanfare, more often without. I sometimes teach a seminar course in which we read all 3 books that Rawls published during his lifetime. I always start by cautioning students that the biggest challenge in reading Rawls's work is figuring out why it is so important, because it seems incredibly dull, normie, basic, etc. My best explanation for overcoming this challenge when reading A Theory of Justice is to go into it thinking, this is the book that killed Western Marxism, and then the focus on figuring out how it managed to do so. The fact that Rawls never directly criticized Marx adds to the mystery. To make this long story short, one must start with the most important piece of bullshit in tradition in Marxism. Marx always insisted the major difference between his view and that of utopian socialists was that he was not engaged in any sort of moral criticism of the capitalist system, nor was he claiming that capitalism was unjust. He was merely predicting the downfall of the capitalist system based on a scientific understanding of the laws of historical development. So, for example, his use of the term exploitation was not intended to imply any sort of moral condemnation. This, by the way, always triggers me because everyone, like all the modern, I say Marxist, but when I say Marxist, I mean, I understand there's like online Marxist people who have actually read Marx and understand stuff or whatever. But like, for example, the like people we were watching on Instagram earlier, okay, they use the term exploitation and they are using it in a moral sense. That's just not what Marx meant by it. The use of the term exploitation was not intended to imply any sort of moral condemnation. It was merely a technical term used to describe the extraction of surplus value from labor. This was obvious bullshit. Indeed, at various points where Marx makes this claim, he sounds like he is, as the British say, taking the piss. Why do I keep reading it as talking? I've done it like 5 times today, bro. When Chad said taking. Nevertheless, early Marxist-Leninists found it a useful claim to keep around in order to avoid getting into certain arguments that they didn't want to get into. Over the course of the 20th century, however, the claim became increasingly less useful because the prospects for the collapse of capitalism came to seem increasingly remote. Most importantly, workers did not become immiserated, as Marx predicted, but rather experienced robust wage growth, so that by the beginning of the 1970s, it was really not obvious that workers had reasons of self-interest to support socialist revolution. I don't know, 1971, wages split from productivity. I've been saying this since then. But it's time most Marxists had also realized that they needed a moral critique of capitalism because the whole predicting its downfall angle had basically outlived its usefulness. So the number one piece of bullshit that got purged at the very first meeting of the No Bullshit Marxism group was the claim that Marxism could get along without a normative critique of capitalism. One of the tasks that the group set itself was therefore to offer an analysis in defense of such a moral critique. The obvious place to start was the concept of exploitation. So they settled to answer a series of questions. What is exploitation? Why is it unjust? Why does capitalism necessarily exploit workers? What would a non-exploitative economic system look like? Over time, however, it became clear that every attempt to answer these questions was running into massive problems. One could write an entire book explaining why, but suffice it to say, several degraded philosophical minds of their generation took a crack at the problem, and none of them was able to generate a coherent critique of capitalism that took exploitation as its normative foundation. For an accessible summary of the efforts, see Van Paradies. What, if anything, is intrinsically wrong with capitalism? This is a book. Did I hit print or some shit? What the fuck is this shit? Why did it open like this? Okay. For me, the watershed event was a publication of Romer's A General Theory of Exploitation in Class. For Cohen, by contrast, the problems were caused by Robert Nozick, and since Cohen's story is the more entertaining one, I'll focus on that. We're about to get a chronoboy debunked. The most natural way to specify the wrongness of exploitation is to say that workers are entitled to the fruits of their labor, and so if they receive something less than this, they are being treated unjustly. This is why Marxists are wedded to the labor theory of value, because it makes this normative claim seem intuitive and natural and compelling. But as Nozick observed, if this is your view, then you can't really complain about certain economic inequalities, such as those that arise when individuals with rare natural talents are able to command enormous economic rents for their performances. This is a famous Wilt Chamberlain argument. I read that in Anarchy State of Utopia. Or I haven't read the full, but I've read that argument. Furthermore, taxing away any part of this income looks a lot like exploitation. This argument made Cohen extremely uncomfortable because it constituted a direct challenge to the normative foundations of Marxism as a critique of exploitation. He spent the better part of a decade agonizing and wrote 2 entire books trying to work out a response to Nozick, none of it is particularly persuasive. Then one day, as he tells the story, he decided to leave Oxford and spend time at Princeton. Upon arriving in America, he discovered that none of his fellow left-wing political philosophers had been losing any sleep overall over Nozick's argument. Why? Because they were egalitarians. They didn't care about either self-ownership or exploitation, so they simply rejected the premise of Nozick's arguments. Unlike Cohen's sprawling efforts, Rawls' response to the Wilt Chamberlain argument is less than 2 pages long and quite persuasive. This created something of a road to Damascus moment for Cohen. It forced him to ask the basic questions. What is it that I dislike most about capitalism? Is it that, according to some increasingly arcane formula, not everyone is getting paid the full value of what they produce? Or is it that some people live in poverty, unable to afford the essentials of a dignified life, in the midst of society overflowing with riches? What Nozick showed us that fixing the exploitation problem may not fix the inequality problem. Romer actually proves a point, more forcefully constructing a model economy in which the poor systematically exploit the rich and yet remain poor. So one is really forced to choose with which flaw in the system one cares about most. Why were Cohen's American colleagues so quick to embrace egalitarianism? Because they were Rawlsians. What Rawls had provided through his effort to generalize and carry to a higher level of abstraction the familiar theory of the social contract was a natural way to derive the commitment to equality as a normative principle governing the basic institutions of society. Rawlsianism, therefore, gave frustrated Marxists an opportunity to cut the Gordian knot by providing them with a normative framework in which they could state directly their critique of capitalism, focusing on the parts they found most objectionable, without requiring any entanglement in the complex apparatus of Marxist theory. This led Cohen to the realization, when push came to shove, he cared more about inequality than he did exploitation, because how we relate to one another as human beings, is fundamentally more important than our right to exercise ownership over every last bit of stuff that we make. So he switched foundations and became an egalitarian, and, though he would have hated the description, a liberal. Nowadays, when kids like Freddie Dube come along insisting that Marxism is not an egalitarian philosophy, I nod my head in agreement, but I want to respond, yes, that's why nobody's a Marxist anymore. Again, I want to emphasize that several of the greatest minds in political philosophy of the 20th century spent the better part of two decades working the salt mines of Marxist theory, trying to make the exploitation critique of capitalism work, and every single one of them came up and became an egalitarian. Surely that should count for something. Anyhow, there's no need to take my word for it. The library is full of books. Is it, of course, a slight exaggeration to say that no one is a Marxist anymore? Some people have not yet received the memo. There are also the left libertarians, who are the rump of the 20th century academic Marxism. They are the people who cling to the self-ownership claim while seeking to block the anti-egalitarian conclusions that Nozick derived from it. There's also a recent mini-trend of neo-Republican Marxists, but they are basically just liberals who, instead of appealing to Rawls' egalitarianism, instead want to rely on Philip Petty's non-denomination norm, which I take to just be another flavor of liberalism to reconstruct Marxism. But beyond this, the collapse of academic Marxism as a body of normatively motivated social criticism has been complete. Hence the fundamental unseriousness of contemporary Marxism in public discourse. Popular Marxism, along with the sort of Granskation. Is that how you pronounce that? Oh, sorry. This is a dude. Or cultural Marxism, one fine. Wait, is it? I feel like this is a word. I feel like I've heard. Whatever. Or cultural Marxism, one finds in a critical study departments, has become a religion without a theology. I can understand why some people might be reluctant to read serious Marxist theory if the primary upshot is that it turns you into a liberal, but if the alternative is the style of aggressive, in-your-face Gramsci, great. Well, it used to be Gramscian. I feel like I've heard people. I didn't know that was a name. I feel like I've heard that without recognizing the name before. If the alternative is the style of aggressive, in-your-face stupidity found in Jacobin magazine, i.e., I'm going to talk like a Marxist, even though none of it makes any sense because you can't stop me, then it seems to me a price worth paying. Gramscian, yeah, that's what I said. Some people have failed to notice. Well, I don't know if that's what I said at first. To be fair, that's what I eventually said. Some people have failed to notice these trends, unfortunately, because there was no point at which any one person refuted Marxism. Marx after Stropha, Ian Steedman, have you considered? Well, Stropha himself, I guess. The serious thinkers, for the most part, just slowly drifted away from it. The way guests at a party filter out. Sorry, when I read for too long, I keep messing up. Serious thinkers, for the most part, just slowly drifted away from it. The way that guests at a party filter out of the living room into the kitchen, where the conversation is livelier. In this case, the conversation that they drifted towards was Rawlsianism. That is, how Rawls wound up triumphing over Marxism by rendering it superfluous, making it so that no one needed to be a Marxist anymore. Rawlsians, by the way, are really bad at explaining any of this, which is why I might try. Base. Interesting. His populism, fast and slow, is also decent analysis of populism, in my opinion. I feel like I've had to have seen this guy I mentioned before, because it's like, oh wait, shit. He right. I've read this. I was gonna say I've seen the Persuasion articles about Rawls before. SFO did a Gramsci bid. It's a must watch. I don't recognize who SFO is off the, just based on the acronym. Anyway, this is author of the paper, the minimum wage paper. I don't know if there's anything in this sort of that wasn't in the blog post. Oh, this makes it more clear, though. There's a negative relationship between minimum wage and population. If both employment and population fall after minimum wage event, the ratio could even go up. Use employment to varying population as their dependent variable. Yeah, okay, this makes it more clear. That makes sense why log employment can fix it. Okay. There's this slop. And I don't know if I can deal with this. Short founded talker. Oh. I have people to say dev. I haven't heard people use short fat otaku as an acronym SFO.
A new one, and I'm going to kick off with Abby.
Basically, other populism is a revolt not against economic elites, but against cognitive elites, and the constant taxes on self-control and attention. It requires to be a functioning member of society. Not hard for cognitive elites, devastating for lots of people, sure, and leads them to be constantly getting scammed. Yeah, there's a Tibor Reuter article just about whether inequality led to like the rise of populism, and it's like not clear the evidence of that is particularly strong. But you know. Why economics isn't a science. Oh, man. Why our faith in neoclassical models has been a downfall. I don't know if I can take it. I don't know if I can take it. I don't know if I can take it.
Hello there, thank you for coming to this. Yes, our economic theory, our overwhelming sort of orthodoxy is completely broken, and no, we don't urgently need a new one, in the sense that the very last thing we should do is say, the old science is dead, long live the new science. Because the idea of a universal science, good for all times and places, is utopian. And there's a really important difference between Keynesianism and monetarism. So Keynesianism...
Okay. Okay. I don't think anyone is arguing we gotta have a utopian science that's good for all time and forever. I don't even know. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that means, bro. I'm already so done.
Science. Because the idea of a universal...
Like, insofar as you have critiques of economics or whatever, it seems like there should be something that you want to replace it in the sense of, like, some other method, some other tools for analyzing the stuff that economists want to analyze.
Science, good for all times and places, was quite an empirical theory, and one of the things that's between Keynesianism and monetarism. So Keynesianism was quite an empirical theory, and one of the things that stands Keynes apart from modern mainstream neoclassical economics is he takes uncertainty seriously. He believes we live in a radically uncertain world, and we can...
What? Okay. Keynes, to my knowledge, okay, at the time when Keynes was doing economics, he probably, like, was the most empirical of the economists at that time. Like I think that much is true. I don't think in the modern day Keynesianism or new Keynesianism, which is what most economists are, is any more or less empirical than monetarism. Like, it seems like to some degree, probably, I think it's the case that Keynesians and like post-Keynesians like empirical evidence more than like monetarists and maybe some adjacent like libertarian-esque economists, but certainly they still have plenty of empirical research about monetarism you can find out there that like they did not reject empirics. Milton Friedman is decently big on empirical literature. Like,
never escaped that uncertainty. And so
Friedman Schwartz was like all, I don't want to say all empirical, but like a lot of it was empirical. Like,
Keynesianism is about how can you pragmatically use fiscal and monetary policy to smooth out the booms and busts of the business cycle, of the economic cycle. The neoclassical economics that came in with Thatcherism and that has absolutely dominated economics in the global north, but also to some great extent the global south.
Oh my God.
Is very different. It's an attempt to build a universally sound science based on mathematical reasoning from axiomatic deduction. It's not the scientific method.
What? I don't know. What do I say, dog? Like, I don't think Keynesianism is like so narrowly defined as
great
as like the study of how to use fiscal and monetary policy to smooth out the business cycle. Like, that seems like a pretty, like, that is something obviously Keynesians talk about, right? That is something that like Keynesians are sort of more in favor of interventions there on average, right? Like, but it's not like that is entirely what defines Keynesianism. And it's not like Keynes isn't relying on the same in Keynesians, modern Keynesians, post-Keynesians aren't relying on the same, in many cases, the same tools as neoclassical economists, which are apparently axiomatically reasoning from what? Keynes solved the computation problem. True.
That came in with Thatcherism and that has absolutely dominated.
And also, am I crazy? Like, Wikipedia neoclassical economics. I don't think this is like that related to Thatcher. I don't know. I think it was a little bit before that. Approach to economics in which the production, consumption, evaluation, pricing of goods and services are observed as being driven by supply and demand. The dominant approach to microeconomics together with Keynesian economics formulated neoclassical synthesis, which dominated the mainstream economics, is a new Keynesian from the 1950s onwards. You know, Thatcher was a little bit after that. Maybe she means neoclassical synthesis. This was a bit later, but like not that much later.
economics in the global north, but also some, a great extent the global south. Neoclassical economics is very different. It's an attempt to build a universally sound science based on mathematical reasoning from axiomatic deduction. It's not the scientific method, so it's not based on observation from reality and then theorizing. It's based on logical reasoning from assumptions, axiomatic deduction, that is then played out in formal models. And the idea...
I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know what we're insofar as any science has to have some like axioms in order to be able to make assumptions to construct a model in the first place. Like that's gonna apply everywhere. Like all the social sciences have, some axioms in a sense that they think that like, the law of identity is true, or that like in economics obviously like a simplifying assumption for many models, not all models. There are plenty of models that don't do this or whatever, but like is that like people are rational actors, right? It's like we care about what people would do if they were rational in our models typically. There are plenty of models where there's uncertainty introduced and non-rational actors introduced. Okay, a lot of work economists have done on that as well, but like, and usually you don't just like make a model and you're done. That's it. It's like you calibrate the model to real world data. Like,
is that by using mathematical formalism, you would get away from the empirical noise of social reality and you would cut through to social reality. And it's basically borrowed from physics at the end of the night.
I don't know. Oh, physics envy. Yay. Yeah, it's true.
Social physics. And what the philosophy of science would say is this is a fundamentally flawed ambition. Because what the philosophy of science in the Kantian tradition would say, there's no argument...
I support physics envy. Me too.
Correctly. Theory is always built on the back of previous...
Theoretical physics doesn't exist.
Our own curiosity. We don't have godlike omniscience. So...
Started watching The Big Bang Theory, by the way. Kind of sucks. But I can turn my brain off to it and just run in the background. That's what I'm doing right now. I saw too many. My brain's so rotted, man. I saw too many YouTube shorts of it. Too many little cliffhangers that the YouTube shorts leave you on. So I'm on like season 2 of The Big Bang Theory right now.
Science moves through different paradigms, which are then broken by counter-evidence, which are then reformed and re-established.
The first 2 seasons were great before I got... Econophysics is one of the real economics paradigms. Before you got what? I don't think that before it got marketed to normies. It's not like I said it sucks. I don't think it like sucks. I don't think it's that great, but...
We move through different paradigms. Another reason it's a fatal conceit, particularly in the social world...
Oh my god, why are we cutting Hayek? What?
Becoming something else, because we have imagination, because there's emerging complexity, there's novelty that comes with new technology. So even if by some...
Have economists considered that there's imagination and complexity from novel... Sorry.
Back of previous theories. We can't escape the history of our own curiosity. We don't have godlike omniscience. So science moves through different paradigms, which are then broken by counter-evidence, which are then reformed and re-established, and we move through different paradigms. Another reason it's a fatal conceit, particularly in the social world is always becoming something else, because we have imagination, because there's emerging complexity, there's novelty that comes with new technology. So even if by some miracle you chanced upon a correct universal theory, it's going to be wrong tomorrow, because the way we...
Lucas... critique. The Lucas critique argues it's naive to try to predict the effects of change of economic policy entirely on the basis of relationships observed in historical data, especially in highly aggregated historical data. More formally, it states that the decision rules of Keynesian models, such as the consumption function, cannot be considered as structural in the sense of being invariant with respect to changes in government policy and variables. And this was like 1970s. Not new in 1976. The argument, the whole logic was first presented by Frisch, 1938, and discussed by Havelmo, 1944, among others. Like, dog. People have considered it. People have thought about this. In fact, it's one of the main critiques of Keynesianism.
React to it will be different. So we live with radical uncertainty. There's no Archimedean point where we can stand. The last thing we need is a universal theory of the economy.
Thank you, Nadim.
Thank you very much, Irene. The premise of the question suggests that monetarism is a bad theory. If the pandemic has shown us anything, it's that...
Wait, who is it?
We should have remembered the importance of its core teaching. And again, I'm going to quote.
This guy better not also do Slop, bro. He better be my warrior, okay? Education. Does he have an economics degree? Or are we just going to do random Slop? Oh, no. I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna be good enough. Oh no.
Milton Friedman here. Money's always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, and when you
wait, did he say money is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon? What?
Here, money's always of its core teaching, and again, I'm going to quote Milton Friedman here. Money's always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, and when you print money,
technically true. Technically true. I guess. What? Yay. Oh no.
The Bank of England had to pump £450 billion into our economy over the pandemic, and I was the vaccine minister, you remember, during that period. I was going to the Treasury asking for more to be able to deliver the vaccine program, but also Bayes, the business department I was in before, was asking more to deliver furlough, to deliver that safety net for businesses, for people to be able to get 85% of their wages. Whilst
it's really a form of modern ostracism. You can't believe anything that we thought we knew, and ultimately it's just to defend their standpoint epistemology. I don't think she. I don't know what on earth is motivating her. I don't know if she know. Like, I don't know if she knows what a lucrative critique is. Gnosticism. Okay, that makes more sense.
Lockdown.
I think she like. I truthfully, like I said, I don't know. Like, I don't know how people form these beliefs.
In my view, that's the right thing to do. The reason that governments exist, the reason the Bank of England exists, is to be able to smooth out the black swan events that we know happen. Back to what Abby was saying about uncertainty. What does that do? Obviously, it then delivers high inflation. We got to about 11.1% inflation in our country. Therefore, there is consequences. And I think the part that certainly my government didn't do well enough was to explain the consequences. This was a sort of third world war against a virus. This was a bit like coming out of the...
Just like, you shouldn't even... Kill me. Okay. Like, I don't know where to begin, bro. I'm at a loss. Okay.
That
insofar as you believe that government like spending is simply smoothing out the business cycle, you probably shouldn't expect it to be particularly inflationary. It shouldn't be particularly inflationary. It should just kind of keep things on, like it should keep GDP growth stable essentially, and it should keep the overall inflation rate stable as well. I don't know why you shouldn't expect it to if you know the rate of money being added to the economy is only in proportion to the sort of trade needs that exist. Even MV is equal to P times Y. You wouldn't expect inflation to increase under that scenario.
No, happened back to world war against the virus.
There might be like maybe just kind of I say distributional effects, but what I mean is like, because probably the way in which a lot of money is either created and or like distributed oftentimes is essentially to lower class people when the government does stimulus. Like maybe there's kind of a effect because the velocity is higher because you are giving to people with a higher marginal propensity to consume, and maybe that sort of disproportionately shows up in like CBI and baskets that specifically track a lot of consumer goods. But like, you know, I don't know why you would ever expect the government to be able to perform the function of smoothing out the ups and downs without huge externalities. I'm just saying, the way he's speaking, I understand it can be like, it's fine to say like the government can't like know what potential output is, or you know, it's hard for the government to do something that is like actually like optimal or whatever. But like insofar as he's describing it as if like correcting inflation is a direct consequence of like smoothing out the business cycle, when you shouldn't really expect that to be the case. If you are just smoothing out the business cycle, you shouldn't expect that action to be inflationary. You should expect the actions that are going above and beyond smoothing out the business cycle, or maybe having like you know, sectoral effects kind of to be inflationary. Technically sectoral effects aren't necessarily inflationary in a technical sense. It's relative price changes, but you can imagine the government doing a program that disproportionately raises the price of a lot of goods that consumers buy, even if the overall rate of inflation is technically not increasing because other goods have it. You get that picture. You understand what I'm saying.
The black swan events that we know happened, back to what someone has to pay for this somewhere afterwards. And I suspect podiums and said, by the way, we're doing all of this, but there will be consequences. Someone has to pay for this somewhere afterwards. And I suspect that's part of the undoing of the Conservative administration that we've just witnessed. So having a basic understanding of economic concepts like these is important. We do have one very successful economic system, in my view, and I was born in Baghdad to a system that is based on national socialism, or extreme national socialism in the end with the Ba'ath Party, and therefore I hope you understand why I make the argument and champion capitalism in our country, and we can talk more about this in a moment, where what is the role of the state vis-a-vis the wealth creators of this country. So the average person now, under the system of capitalism, has a living standard.
For a second, I thought Gary was just wearing socks. It does. He is dressed a little goofy, but he is also wearing sneakers. I kind of thought that too when I saw him.
Therefore, hence why I say to you that capitalism is a force for good, my friends. But we currently aren't allowing it to function properly, in my view. So business people, entrepreneurs, very hard for them to maximize the benefits that they can give to society. Of course, there is the outlier.
Wow.
Right? There are those minorities who want to abuse their position or their power. But on the whole, I think most people will set up a business, and the backbone of the economy is SMEs, not to be abusive of their employees or the system, but actually to do good. And it is often government which stands in their way. And
this is like only a 30-minute panel, so in fairness, they're like probably would not get the opportunity to do this either way. But no one is not going to be like any actual real back and forth here, is there? It's just gonna be this girl saying some nonsense about how conceptually the philosophy of science would disagree with economics because basically the Lucas critique. And then this guy just talking about how lay socialism, lay evil. Gary Stevenson's going to talk about inequality. He's going to say the rich are just so wealthy nowadays. Do any of them actually cite anything? No, it doesn't seem like it.
Gets in the way to our society's better.
This guy quoted Friedman earlier, but he incorrectly quoted him. He said, I'm quoting Friedman here. Money is always in everywhere a monetary phenomenon. Instead of inflation, he just said money.
We've also put an effective ban on building new homes and infrastructure. I don't think...
True. No, I like this guy now based. Okay, true. Let's go.
Society. But the problem is less that the overall economic theory, that we need to be much more practical, in my view, and get out of the way and listen to the wealth creators, to business. We need to spend less time arguing over an economic theory and more time making sure that the most provably successful, evidence-led strategy, economic system we have had is able to function properly, and more time
evidence-led.
Those small businesses, those people who...
No evidence going to be cited, though. Let's go.
Over theory.
Thank you, Nadim. Gary. Do we have...
Articles and certain this guy said we should listen to the billionaire and trillionaires and say it. Come on, give it to me.
No. Do we need a new one? No. What we need is to understand what's happening economically. Increasingly, the average person in this country simultaneously feed their kids and turn the heating on, which I don't know for an 18th century monarch or not, but it's
a problem for us.
I think it's important. Okay, let's be clear about what's happening here. Okay, I've got one economics degree from the LSE, one economics degree from Oxford. We never once mentioned distribution. I started work as an interest rate trader in 2008. Everybody predicted...
I was the best trader in the world. I saw how evil all the bankers were. OMG, why don't they just read theory? They would never. I'm not familiar with this. Economics, mathematical, politics, or science and diminishing returns. Economics today cannot predict the likely outcome of specific events any better than it could in the time of Adam Smith. This is Alex Hinder Rosenberg's controversial challenge to the scientific status of economics. Rosenberg explains that the defining characteristic of any science is predictability and provability, the capacity to create more precise forecasts by evaluating the success of earlier predictions, and hence he forcefully argues that because economics has not been able to increase the predictive power for over 2 centuries, not a science. Wow. What's up, Chudley Maxer? Time the market. True. I think we've obviously gotten better at making micro predictions. You can argue more about macro predictions, but
predicted rates would go up in 2009. They were wrong. In 2010, they were wrong. In 2011,
interesting book. Seems interesting.
They were wrong. In 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, they were wrong.
Wait, what were they wrong about? Huh?
Trader in 2008. Everybody predicted rates would go up in 2009. They were wrong. In 2010, they were wrong. In 2011, they were wrong. In 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
That interest rates would go up.
They were wrong. In 2020, 2020, everybody finally agreed interest rates and inflation would never go up.
Oh, he argues that microeconomics literally does not refer.
Again, and interest rates went to 7%. Okay, it's very, very clear.
Literally does not refer. I think you made some typo.
We're bad at this. It's very, very clear we are bad at this. Now, I want to put you in the position of a 21-year-old economics graduate from an elite university with very, very, very good grades, okay?
Like the terms microecon do not refer to anything in a real world. Oh, true.
From a poor background. This was me, right? I walk into my professor's office, he says, stay here, do a master's, you've got very good grades, okay? What are my options here? I stay in academia, and then I can work in policy, I can work for government, I'll have to do a master's, a PhD, 3 or 4 years, postdoc. I'll have to work as an intern for like 3 or 4 years, making no money, maybe 15 years down the line I'll make some money. Or you can go into the city like I did, and I was a multimillionaire at 25, okay?
What's up, MV? My 2 favorite educational YouTubers are Gary's Economics and Professor J.
From poor backgrounds, cannot...
My favorite economists are Vosh, Second Thought, Ben Burgess. Actually, Ben Burgess is not as slop as Second Thought or Vosh. Steve Keen, even he's not a slop.
Afford to work in academia, they cannot afford to work in policy. I could not name you a single successful policy wonk, economics government minister, economist from a poor background. Every single year.
Micah Irfan. No, I don't know. Micah Irfan's from a poor background, but to be clear, he recently wrote a book where he now defends econ in spite of it not being ideal. Oh, based. See, now I can just read that. I'm kidding. As
a professional trader,
I love confirmation bias.
Trader at the bank was from a working class background. This is what we've created. We've created a system which obviously takes all the good economists and said, we are going to fill your mouth with money if you shut the fuck up. You are not allowed to voice. You are not allowed to voice. And the maddest thing of it all is, when one kid leaves, and I was Citibank's most profitable trader in the year in 2011, you come out, you make excellent economic predictions in the media.
This is not true, by the way. I'm assuming my audience knows. He heavily exaggerates how epic of a trader he was.
YouTube. If you don't believe it, watch my videos from 2020 where I predicted an explosion in inflation, an explosion in inequality, a collapse in living standards. The reason those predictions were...
There was not, I mean, we saw wage compression during and after COVID. Wealth inequality, I think, still went up in most countries because asset prices increased a lot. But
good. It's because it's the same reason I've got a track record of making correct economic predictions for 15 years. Because I'm fucking good at this. And I could go and I could get paid £2 million a year working for any investment bank in Canary Wharf in the city, and I cannot give that information to the government for free. If that is the economic system that you build, you cannot be surprised when all of the economists are wrong about everything. All of the good traders know inequality is destroying the economy, and they don't say anything because they get paid.
Wow, true.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do...
Also, just as a real quick thing, I understand he's like talking more about traders here or whatever, but like there's so many like economists, like kind of regular economists who make progressive slop. I remember, I'm just bringing it, I'm picking on this because I saw a reel of hers recently and it just triggered me. I like followed this girl on Instagram because I saw her make a reel about like the BLS when all the stuff was happening with, you know, Trump firing the BLS commissioner. That was good. But like she posts like a ton of like progressive slop stuff, bro.
If you were in charge, quickly lay out what you would do.
How long do I have? The first thing we can do is a lot of quick changes that are labor regulatory. I could raise the minimum wage. I could require universal paid sick days. I could require overtime for more white collar workers. I could require paid vacation. I could have shift regulation.
All right, this is one of those posts that is a deep dive into the Federal Reserve.
What would a universal childcare system look like? I mean,
like, bruh. And then even
literally giving Iran 3.
Thank you, Instagram Reels. That Kyla Scanlon girl, bro.
They asked a really interesting question about Engel's pause and if it applies to AI now. So Engel's pause is a roughly 50.
I think it is real. I would die for her. Listen, I mean, humana and all. Okay, but
in about the 17.
Don't tell me she's doing slop too. I don't. She kind of does. It's weird if you watch her like talk to Jon Stewart and like watch her talk to Tyler Cohen. Like to me, it seems clear she's like she's doing as much as she can to avoid making like any strong like kind of controversial statements or whatever. Like she's very much agreeing with Tyler Cohen and Jon Stewart in the conversations that they had, even though obviously Tyler Cohen and Jon Stewart would not agree on anything if they talk to each other, right? Like it's
1890s to the 1840s, when the economy industrialized and output per worker rose a lot, but the typical worker's wages barely moved.
Trentham House coalescing in thought.
But workers were not reaping the gains.
She was hired for foreign policy recently. Why? Does she do any foreign policy? I didn't know
Production
that.
grew, profits grew, but the people doing the producing didn't see any money in their paychecks. And that is because they gained from...
Like, this is like... I want to go so far to say that this is flop, but like this Wall Street Journal article with the capital labor shit, like it's kind of well-known meme and viral on Twitter.
Labor, something that we're seeing again now.
And then we get
people usually would think that
Are you ready?
productivity
Are you ready?
and wages go together, right? Like if workers are more productive, they're going to be making more money. That does not always happen, and it did not happen during Ingalls pause, and it decoupled for about half a century. So you had this strange situation where the country was getting much richer and the average worker's living standard was pretty much flat, or in some areas getting worse. It ended in the mid-1800s.
Wait, hold on, sorry.
Wages started rising a lot more. So does it apply to now? Capital share of income is elevated.
We got the capital share again. Oh, what API?
Have been stagnant, especially relative to inflation and relative to productivity for an AI could
kill me. Oh boy.
A year ago, tariffs were pitched as if last year was to use IEEPA tariff regime. Estimates that without the IEEPA tariffs, consumers still face an overall effective unless Congress extends it.
All right. Oh shit! I'm gonna close that. Fuck.
You cannot be surprised when all of the economists are wrong about everything. All of the...
True. Thank you, Gary. I'm Thomas Chillin, the new and first ever video columnist for foreign policy. Oh, she just makes shorts. I'm incredibly excited to launch this column where we look at data, visualize complex, fast-moving macroeconomic and variable forces. Okay. In the email I got. Looking to end to asphyxiation for your needs. For your needs joke, by the way. What am I?
The good traders know inequality is destroying the economy.
Political opinion. So what I'd like to do is, we obviously have some different political opinions on the panel.
Clearly.
But for the first theme that we're going to address, I want to focus on the question of whether we have an economic theory which makes sense of the economy, and whether we need to do something about the economic theory to some extent independent, if it's possible to be independent, of our political views. Because, as Gary identified, a very large percentage of economists got the recent behavior of the economy, not only in Britain, but in the US, wrong. So...
I mean, Gary was talking about like traders. They're not like economists. I mean, some of them are like economists, but they're not like the economists like making doing sort of the like more sciencey part of economics. They're people doing investment. They're people working in a business, right? Like,
what is the issue here? Have we got the wrong theory that we're operating with? Could we...
Political opinions in econ are likely a red flag. Correlation sure, but stating there is silly in my opinion.
Abby. Thank you. I think it's so neoclassical economics is really a methodology, right? It's a method of reasoning from assumption. So there's some room for maneuver within that. And I would...
none of the monetarists or Keynesians do that. What are we doing?
Lots of theories come out of it, but all of those different theories are predicated on the idea that, as it were, the ideal type is a perfectly efficient system, like it's a machine model of the economy. Most mainstream economics, the Treasury, consultancies, companies spend their lives using what gets called second-best world economics, neoclassical economics, that says, okay, the idea of perfectly competitive markets, of perfectly informed individuals, perfect balance between supply and demand, that's utopian. But it's the right heuristic, it's the right benchmark for figuring out how markets fail. So most of economics, mainstream economics...
kind of, hold on. So like...
Predicated for maneuver within that. And lots of different theories come out of it. But all of those different theories are predicated on the idea that, as it were, the ideal type is a perfectly efficient system, like it's a machine model of the economy.
Like a lot of, if you just like look up first, welfare theory of economics, right? Like this is like I don't want to necessarily say assumption, but like a kind of basic model or whatever that a lot of people, that like most economists endorse. It's not like the economy would be perfect for everyone and everything if it worked freely or whatever, but it's just that in like perfectly competitive markets, you expect Pareto efficiency. First, they said in economic equilibrium, set of complete markets with complete information and perfect competition will be Pareto optimal. And since that no further exchange would make one person better off without making another worse off, to accordance with these that follows, no externalities for the consumers. And like, this is I don't know what to, it's a theorem. Don't trust anything your computer does. After all, the logic, block diagrams are created under the assumption of ideal devices. True. Second theorem says that any Pareto optimum can be supported as a competitive equilibrium for some initial set of endowment. Like, I think they're relevant for some models or whatever. And yeah, it's useful to understand. First of all, I would wonder if she would have objections to that being the case. And then it's useful to understand if it, like, clearly if it is the case that, like, under these conditions, you would expect Pareto efficiency. It's useful to understand when we would deviate from that and therefore not have Pareto efficiency due to whatever black market failures. And there's a lot of literature about market failures in certain cases, a lot of literature about how irrational actors behave even.
Mainstream economics, the treasury, consultancies, companies spend their lives using what gets called second best world economics that set neoclassical.
Big capacitors lying to you. Ideal caps don't exist.
Of perfectly informed individuals, perfect balance between supply and demand. That's utopian. But it's the right heuristic, it's the right benchmark for figuring out how markets fail. So most of economics, mainstream economics, is about saying, well, how do we solve monopoly? How do we mend asymmetries in contracting? How do we make markets where they don't exist? But the metaphysics of that is
what's up, Spin City?
More neutral than the utopian ideal, because they're all aiming to complete the circuits in a presumptively completable machine.
So are you saying that...
Sorry, just finish that thought. Yeah, so we're confusing something that is valid in logic with...
What? Like, yeah, like they're all, I don't know, it's such like weird framing, stupid framing. I don't even know if has this going to read economics textbook? I don't know. Maybe she's written about it and is more nuanced somewhere or whatever. But like, yeah, if you think Pareto efficiency is good and you think that complete markets would get to Pareto efficiency, then efficiency, yeah, they're in there. You guys seen that? That's a good one. Then it's important to understand that if we do deviate from it, how you would complete the circuit and get to some Pareto efficiency. Can't speak. Or at least a Pareto improvement from the current state of the world, if not actual Pareto efficiency.
It's something you can reproduce in the social world. And that's why after Thatcherite governments tried to implement the ideal, competition, deregulation, outsourcing, remaking the state according to making it imitate markets in a kind of theatre of markets, which is pretty much what state planning was about. It's trying to put state planning onto the table and rationalize it. So we end up with Soviet statecraft, because it's the only statecraft that makes sense in a world you think you can compute. So it's back.
I can't do that. I can't do this, bro.
Quantification and output planning and target setting and forecasting. So we do all that. Thatcherite governments failed. New Labour came in a Khrushchevite kind of way and said,
I hate everything. I don't understand.
Amend market failures. We'll get the best of.
Let's just can we? I understand. 30-minute discussion. They don't have much time to speak. Okay. Being charitable, I understand kind of why we're doing this, but I just want like a much narrower claim. I don't even understand how to analyze some of these things, because it's not that like I don't understand what she's saying. It's just that like it's just like too broad to even be that meaningful.
Heuristic. It's the right benchmark for how that isn't any more neutral than the utopian ideal, because they're all aiming.
Math is fake. Mathematical theorems aren't real. They're social constructs. It's true.
So are you saying that...
Sorry, just finish that thought. So we're confusing something that is valid in logic with something you can reproduce in the social world. And that's why after Thatcherite governments tried to implement the ideal, competition, deregulation, outsourcing, remaking the state according to making it imitate markets in a kind of theatre of markets, which is pretty much what state planning was about. It's trying to put state planning onto the table and rationalize it. So we end up with Soviet statecraft because it's the only statecraft that makes sense in a world you think you can compute.
I don't know. Soviet statecraft. I know there are some memes about like the new economic program and such and such and such, but like insofar as we try to make like government programs like emulate markets or at least like the best features of markets, that's usually contrary to many of the things the Soviet Union did. Typically, like externality taxes are oftentimes essentially kind of emulating what a market would look like if you did actually, like, you know, for example, carbon tax is kind of emulating what it would be like if you could actually like own air and actually had to pay for the right to pollute other people's air, right? But it's not really, that's not how the socialist states typically try to control externalities, which is literally saying that welfare functions are impossible. That's kind of what it sounds like.
So it's about quantification and actual planning and target setting and forecasting. So we do all that. Thatcherite governments failed. New Labour came in a Khrushchevite kind of way and said, no, we can mend market failures. We'll get the best of markets and states. They spent a long time trying to mend market failures, and all the time, under the entire spectrum of neoclassical thought, we are decanting public money and authority and legitimacy away from anything that is public towards the private, towards financial markets, private sector actors, who then proceed to display none of the virtues predicted in theory, which is how we end up where we are.
First of all, like government spending as a percentage of GDP has been like stable to increasing in like most OECD countries for the past 50 years. There was some outlet like Sweden, I think it's decreased in, for example, although Sweden, to be fair, started out kind of high. If you look at like, you know, just the social spending share of GDP, that's been stable to increasing in most countries as well. Like, it's not just saying economics in one paradigm is failure, but economics as an entire principle, it's just impossible. It's like I don't understand how the critiques he's making wouldn't apply to like almost any social science. That makes sense to me. But yeah, but like even you cannot have public welfare functions. You can't.
Time under the entire spectrum of neoclassical thought, we are decanting.
Can we get someone saying interpersonal utility comparisons are impossible? Can we get
money and authority and legitimacy away from anything that is public towards the private, towards financial markets, private sector actors, who then proceed to display none of the virtues predicted in theory, which is how we end up where we are.
I thought
just none of the virtues.
You were saying that we can't have an overall economic theory.
Yeah, we can't.
Okay, so
what's your name? Abby Hines, I think. Yeah. Can we get her on the non-fun stream? People who like this bring out my inner HOA Karen. Is she been famous enough for a Wikipedia page? It doesn't look like she is, so therefore, maybe she'll come on the non-fun stream, guys. Maybe we can do it.
So you think we can't have any
that'd be torture. I don't think she would. But
overall economic theory, and we sort of practically should use lots of different strategies in order to make sense of where we are. Is what's
like what different strategies wouldn't rely on the same axiomatic assumptions and.
You're saying what's wrong that there's an attempt to impose a single overall economic theory, and that will never work?
Well, because we're using a machine model of the
who is attempting. I don't even understand. I mean, yeah, economists of different theories think that their theories are right, but that's true of any social science.
And then waiting for people and institutions and firms and financial markets to conform to the blueprint, to the machine model, and then being constantly surprised when that isn't possible. And what happens is you end up.
I just don't think that's the case. What do you mean?
Because we're using a machine model of the economy, and then waiting for people and institutions and firms and financial markets to conform to the blueprint, to the machine model, and then being constantly surprised when that isn't possible. And
that's like. DSGE models. Am I crazy, or like do like these DSGE models was like the Federal Reserve like uses a lot and stuff? A lot of these are like they use like they don't like wait for the firms to conform to the model. It's like they use data from real firms and stuff, right? Or like am I crazy or? Macroeconomic method, which is often employed by monetary fiscal authorities for policy analysis, explaining historical time series data as well as future forecasting purposes. DSGE econometric modeling applies general equilibrium theory, macroeconomic principles in a tractable manner to postulate economic phenomena such as economic growth, basic cycle shocks, yada yada yada. and these are all like I don't want to say all or whatever, but a lot of them are like calibrated to real world data. The only good answer to give her is absolute. The only good answer to her is to give her absolute authority. She's got like the entire social welfare function for the U.S. in her head. She just knows. She can multiply infinite matrices. Matrices is matrices, right? Is that a word? Multiple, the plural matrix. She can do infinite matrix multiplications in her head.
What happens is you end up with dynamics that neoclassical economics can't even describe, let alone solve, which is where we are. What we
like what?
That is analytical pluralism. We need to step away from the idea there's one way of thinking about this, think about the problems that we want to solve, and then bring as many perspectives into the room to try and solve them, including those, most of all, who are at the sharp end of all the failures.
Okay. We need more economic pluralism, Nadim?
Analytical pluralism.
So, look, let me give
I don't know if she was on like sort of feminist epistemologist. This kind of sounds like their critiques, but her work appears to be based on ecological critiques a bit. Oh no.
An analogy. So when I launched YouGov in 2000, the industry then was led by Sir Bob Whistler and Lord Whistler of Maury.
And then this guy is not going to be particularly responsive to her. It's just going to be like, I'm a businessman. I made people happy.
He had convinced the whole world.
Maybe she's some sort of anarchist cook. She comes off to me as some type of, at least presents as like live left, maybe not anarchist, because I bet like she was kind of implicitly, I don't want to say implicitly praising the Soviet Union or whatever, but like from the way she's speaking about like the Soviet economic programs, it seems like she's probably not that opposed to some more Soviet style programs and such. So that makes me think it's like not full anarchist or anything, but. I mean, if you can do polynomial multiplication, you can do infinite matrix in your head. You can do infinite matrix multiplication. She can do it. She can do it quick though. She knows.
Scientific measurement of human behavior. We came along. The internet.
She's the only one that can do interpersonal utility comparisons. Actually, she's got Ola Harzani's theorems in her head too, and she can just do it.
Begun, and we said actually, that is a big lie. Right? No polling is based on scientific measurement. Right? We are all in the business of modeling. Right? And who can build the best model of human behavior should be the most successful pollster.
Kind of true. Like, yeah, the problems are not going to be unique to
in the land. And I think
economics.
The analogy applies to economics. Is whether I think it was Galbraith who said the only function of economic forecasting is to make astrology look acceptable. But that is the problem. Humans are too complex. I think that's the point that Abby is making. So. A great example of that.
Everyone argue that when we grasp the kinship in their closed system forms of economic reasoning and their strategies for government, we may better understand the causes of state failure and what remains an inescapable open system reality. Yeah, that seems anarchist. God. People like her give me hope sometimes. Sometimes I'm feeling down like, God, I'm a chud. I don't know enough about econometrics. I don't know enough about theory. I don't know enough. I feel like there's so much more knowledgeable people out there. And I'm like, you know what, but like, Demon Mama still makes money streaming. This girl's an academic going out there writing books. I can always just switch to political economy. Yeah. I can always just switch to development economics, or if things get real bad, economic history.
That would be very difficult for any particular forecast to capture something that can have such an outsized impact on the economy, like the war on our continent, the Ukraine war. And I think we're in sort of violent agreement here on this. But what tends to happen with economists is this sort of pretense of knowledge, I think that Hayek talks about. That we are,
Hayek, yeah, whoa.
Yeah, as economics is in the scientific measurement. We're not in the business of scientific measurement, right? We are in the business of trying to predict how humans will behave. And that is tough and hard to do.
To be fair, she's like a highly intelligent, well-exposed to literature of all kinds, but what you're looking for is IQ. What you're looking for is not IQ, but wisdom. Hayek was a great man. I don't know if he like personally was a great person. I don't know. He could have been. I'm saying I don't know.
There is a silver lining. So one of the things that I was talking to the team at UW the other day, I'm no longer involved, but I'm a huge fan of theirs, is for decade now, over a decade, we've been collecting terabytes of data from very large panels of human beings, millions of people, and we publish it as primary research or give it to the LSE or others to then do their work on. We've never been able to do what you guys are calling connected data now. Now, supercomputing and AI, I think, will allow us to build much more sophisticated models, which I think hopefully will help decision makers in government or the Bank of England to deliver better outcomes for people. But
what do you?
I mean, like probably, but I don't understand why we can't already do that in a more limited sense. Like I don't know, like we're pretty justified in like saying, oh, it's like the empirical evidence says that like tariffs lead to like higher prices, you know, and have some other negative effects on overall productivity and such and such and such. Like these can help policymakers make decisions.
Pretty radical by comparison to
AI will solve computation problem. Well, I think it said supercomputing, to be fair. Like, which technically supercomputing, you would need quantum computing, right, to do what he probably really wants to do. AI will solve computation problem, yeah. I think, I mean, you probably need all operators compute. Sorry, true. The actual like the computation stuff you would need. What do you need quantum computers for? Or so that AI can do the reasoning and stuff and such. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know how AI works. I just know quantum computers can do a lot of the math traditional computers can't do in any reasonable time scale.
The way that it's often presented. So,
no, quantum doesn't generalize, and basically all quantum algos can do can be done classically, sometimes faster. Yeah, but it's like, as I understand it, it's like there's certain problems. That's not how quantum computing works. Okay, I could be wrong. As I understand it, there are like certain problems, like for example, like decryption. Like a big worry is like, can people just like store encrypted messages now and then like decrypt them later? Like where just like a supercomputer can decrypt something, but like it would take tens of thousands of years for it to do essentially, but a quantum computer could do it in a much more reasonable time scale. And like there are other related math and modeling problems which is like not feasible for computers to handle it classically, but a quantum computer could do it. And AI doesn't solve that. AI just like does the more complex reasoning stuff and stuff.
As I understood it, that we don't have an economic theory that is reliable, that we can't really predict what's going to happen. And of course, an enormous amount of public policy is based on exactly the reverse, that we are predicting what's going to happen. We all listen to what the predictions are for inflation this year or GDP or whatever. They're repeated endlessly on the news. You're saying all of that, well, no, it's not the case.
But look, but there's a difference between...
Listen, I wish economists had as much power as they think they do, bro. Kill me. Yes, because we have specific algorithms for doing prime number factorization, but computation problem is NP hard, and quantum computers would still be. Okay.
Sort of pattern prediction and figuring out what's really going to happen in the economy.
For certain NP classes that quantum can help with. Okay. Think molecule folding, prime factoring, but these don't generalize and are highly specific algorithms. Okay. Did you read Ben Gavir's tweet that everyone is getting mad at? I don't believe so. No.
Say an example.
What did he say?
And that is much more difficult. That doesn't mean we need to cancel institutions like the OBR. I think it's still worthy to be able to build models.
Like the who, sorry?
Difficult. That doesn't mean we need to cancel institutions like the OBR. I think it's still worthy to be able to build models. And for decision makers, when I was in the Treasury, I need information. I need to be able to look at that and then make a judgment, hold risk, right, and get comfortable holding risk. And the one thing you've got to get comfortable with is you will not get every decision right.
Barry, are you comfortable?
Like true. Okay, not horrible. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Okay, I can see why people are mad. With all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. All Lebanon must burn. Our supremacy duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of the IDF, and this commitment takes precedence over every other consideration. I told the Prime Minister, even in our private meetings, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000... Yeah, crazy. That's the thing. Even with the ping pong in the Middle East, you don't win with measured responses and restraint. You need to go berserk to obliterate, to crush the terror. I wonder why people are mad. What do you want me to say? Seems crazy. Oops, hold on. Control W? Yeah.
With a sort of consensus from different points of view here that we don't have an economic theory, and in
they banned the tweet? Oh, is that why you couldn't? Oh, yeah, they're supposed to violate access rules. Access determined may be in a public interest or supposed to remain accessible. Oh, boy.
principle, we can't have one that is accurate and precise. You comfortable with that?
I've spent a lot of my life having very rich people tell me it's impossible to predict the economy. I've done a pretty good job of it. I'm a multimillionaire now. I grew up very, very poor because I continually...
Oh, boy, I feel like... Sorry, I'm just getting flashbacks to the Charsky-Prax-Ben debate. I added it to my list.
predict the economy right.
Do you think you have an overall economic theory that's driving that decision? Or is it...
But not a trillionaire bro is slacking. Because he cares about you. He cares about you. He could be making so much money trading, doing unlimited trades, okay? But he cares about you and the people, so he just does his podcast.
Thinking, well, I just got a sense of what's going on, and you know, we can determine the future of the economy on that basis, on a sort of assessment.
Why do you think banks pay people like me £2 million a year?
I don't know. You tell
Because we've got a very good long-term track record of making correct predictions. Listen, economics is not a physical science. We can't do experiments.
I don't know. Yeah, true. I mean, you can't do limited experiments. Obviously, you can do mock auctions, for example, and there's a lot of auction, theory that is based off of mock auctions rather than like observational data, right? But regardless, and there are probably some other actual experiments you can do related to economics. But regardless, obviously, it's not a hard science, but I also am not sure if it's actually the case that like active managers have a better track record than just diversified funds when it comes to the long run performance of them.
Because I continually predict the economy right.
Do you think you have an overall economic theory that's driving that decision? Or is it your hunch of thinking, well, I just got a sense of what's going on, and we can determine the future of the economy on that basis, on a sort of assessment?
Why do you think banks pay people like me £2 million a year?
I don't know. You tell
Because we've got a very good long-term track record of making correct predictions. Listen, economics is not a physical science. We can't do experiments. So how do we know who's good and who's bad? Well, the banks have got an idea that what you do is you look for people who consistently make correct predictions when other people don't. And they pay those people a ton of money. And listen, I want to tell you a quick story, okay? When I was just finished working in the city, I went back to university, did a master at Oxford, 2017, 2019. We had a lesson on interest rates. I went up to the professor afterwards and I said, why do you think
oh my God.
predicting interest rates for so long? At that point, we'd incorrectly predicted interest rate rises 11 years in a row. He said, no, we always knew rates would stay zero, which is categorically provably wrong. And I was shocked.
Wait, sorry. He said what?
He said, no, we always knew rates would stay zero, which is categorically provably wrong.
Oh.
And I was shocked. And I said, no, we didn't. We kept saying it'd go up. And he was like, no, we knew. So I went back to my flat and I sent him the data. And he was like, oh, yeah, we did get it wrong 11 years in a row. These guys are so bad, they are unable to know that they're bad. This is literally the situation. At the same time,
wow.
You've got rooms for the people like me.
I have no clue. He could be right about this professor or whatever. I don't like... I don't trust the dude because he lies about other things like this or whatever. It's part of his shtick. Okay, so I don't know if it's true, but like certainly I would at least hope like if you were comparing like the predictions of Ron Paul to like any like standard new Keynesian economist, like probably the standard, Dorby, neoclassical, evil new Keynesian economists were like just made better predictions than like Ron Paul did, or like some other like crazy Austrian people or libertarian people, or like to a lesser extent maybe like the crazy leftist people, although I'm just not sure. Like a lot of libertarian people predicted a ton of fucking hyperinflation because of the QE in 2008 or whatever. I'm not aware of like similarly wrong predictions by like the ultra left-leaning people as a whole.
About what's going to happen, obsessing about what's going to happen, and we try and work out how to predict things. And the way you predict things well is you understand them well.
Okay, Abby, so you just need good people using the theory and everything is going to be fine.
It's not just good people. You need to actually look at who has a good track record, because nobody looks at that in the public sphere, who has a good track record. And if you don't look at track record, how do people like me, who are genuinely good from poor backgrounds, bring ourselves up? Listen, I was the biggest trader at Citibank when I was 24, because I...
Wow. Say it a few more times, and then maybe I'll believe you.
And they look at people who have a good track record and bring them up. How do poor kids help the economy?
You would, like, expect, by the way, that, like, just some people... There's, like, a weird... selection effect is not the right term or whatever. Filtering effect? Some people make a few lucky returns early on, basically, and then that puts them in a position later on to consistently have the types of jobs that let them, you know, generate returns more frequently. Although I don't think it's, I don't know for sure. Okay, I don't have stuff saved on this or whatever, but I believe it's not actually clear that, like, actively managed funds in general, and especially like individuals actively managing portfolios, like, perform better than just a diversified index fund or whatever over the long run. I'm pretty sure it's not clear they do that at all. Could that be because the Austrians had enough faith in the system to actually make predictions where leftists had to squirm and can never be pinned down on what they mean? No, I think I probably could find leftists making some predictions or whatever, though, like, kind of the equivalent of wrong or whatever. I think it's just because, like, like libertarians, like, have a pretty unified kind of conception of monetary theory or whatever. I shouldn't say libertarians, like, that, because obviously there are plenty of libertarians who are, like, fine in this issue and, like, didn't predict hyperinflation and such, but, like, the crank kind of libertarian people all have, like, those memes in their head about, you know, printing money, infinite inflation, yada yada yada, where leftists have like, kind of analogous memes in their head about certain things, but just not about stuff that would lead them to have a lot of predictions during the 2008 crisis, I don't think. There are a bunch of memes about, like, how big the bailout was, I guess, but, like, there weren't, like, I can't think of, like, any predictions people were making about that, really. But, like, you hear the kind of crank lefty people, and even some right-leaning people say, what school did you put Milton in? He's not, like, a crank libertarian or anything. He's monetarist libertarian. Ignoring the money that TARP made, yeah. Ignoring the money that TARP money is paid back, ignoring the fact that quantitative easing also returned, like, a profit. Chicago school, yeah.
When they're good. When nobody cares if you're good or not. You have to check the homework.
Yep.
So what struck me, read Gary's book. It's
and there's a lot of, a lot of people just compute the amount of gross lending rather than, like, the net lending, because a lot of loans were, like, rolled over or whatever, and people just are like, oh, this you know, the Federal Reserve gave out a loan for $100,000, and then, you know, even though it got paid back, they gave out another loan for $100,000. That's $200,000 in gross lending, and you get to, like, an insane 50 trillion. I think it's less than that, but, like, 50 trillion in lending. But it's just gross lending, not net lending.
Brilliant, and I'm going to use Gary's book here to try and make this point, which was financial markets which operate with less and less engagement with the real economy, investing in the real economy. Britain's effectively in a private and in a public sector investment famine, even as we have, you know, one of the financial markets in the world economy. Britain's effectively in a private and in a public sector investment famine, even as we have, you know, one of the biggest financial markets in the world. One of the points Gary's making in the book is people didn't make money when they were...
I mean, Britain's, like, total effective productivity has slowed down since 2008.
Right. Objectively, they made money as individual traders when other people were wrong, because it's betting, it's gambling in the main in terms of what's going on. And then in the global financial crisis, let's not forget, we're still paying for it, when we...
What do you think of those Chicago boys? I feel like I've given my opinion before. It is my opinion that, like, they probably weren't, like, super evil Pinochet supporters, from my understanding. Like, they probably didn't actually support everything Pinochet did and stuff of that nature. But at the same time, Chile's economic miracle or whatever was actually not that big. Like, Chile did not do significantly better than what would be expected of it if it hadn't done the reforms, or compared to other similar nations around it at the time. I think there's a few different papers that show that. I know this is a synthetic control paper. I think there's another paper about similar things. Prax acceptance, oh boy. Easy money IRL. Krugman. I was gonna say, yeah, not available on the web. My ass.
Assume that markets would
It's banned for promoting violence.
pricing of risk, and categorically failed to do that.
That's funny.
The public in the main in terms of what's going on, and then
The real violence is the hyperinflation, the government taking our money, the inflation tax, stealing all the gold. The real violence is FDR taking all the gold.
global financial crisis, let us not forget that because we're still paying for it, when we assumed that markets would converge on a correct pricing of risk and categorically failed to do that, the public bailed them out. So financial markets have...
First of all, you're assuming like the financial crisis caused a recession there, right? I think it's also plausible. Kill me. Like, it's also plausible, you know, monetary policy was too contractionary and like we weren't targeting NGDP, okay? And then that part of the reason for like the 2008 recession was simply overly contractionary monetary policy causing to some extent the financial crisis, right? But setting that aside, also setting aside the fact that I don't know exactly where Britain stands on this, but like all the TARP money has been repaid by now. Quantitative easing made a profit. So the bailout was like not some huge, crazy, insane thing or whatever. And it was done in service of financial markets because it's just hard to recover from a like credit crisis without financial market stability. Like that obviously has a positive effect on not just evil bankers, but like the people with regular jobs or whatever, because firms and individuals rely on access to credit.
And then in the global financial crisis, let us not forget that because we're still paying
the thing that like
when we assumed that markets would converge on a correct pricing of risk and categorically failed to do that.
They failed to converge on a correct price of risk. I don't, so the big issue, as I understand it, was that firms too often used like mortgage-backed securities as part of like collateral, for example, expecting them to, you know, always be good, always be safe or whatever, and they were mispriced in that sense. But I agree with this guy.
The public bailed them out. So financial markets have continue to make money. Very brilliant people who are... I mean, what struck me about Gary's book is the point where you really make a ton of money, the point where you really make the best trade, is when you stop thinking about models and theory and you look outside your window and you say, inequality is now so extreme that it's sucking demand out of the economy. So you stopped thinking like a neoclassical economist in what you were trained in. You started thinking like a political economist, even a Marxist, dare I say. I'm not a Marxist, but Marxist predictions have been a hell of a lot more accurate about our economy than Milton Friedman's.
Oh my God.
Of, driving inequality. And on that basis, you said interest rates are not going to go up, and you made millions.
Kill me. I'm not even familiar with any prediction Friedman made about inequality. As I understand it, Friedman primarily did like, I don't know if he made predictions about inequality. I think he just claimed that like absolute standard of livings are more important than relative inequality. That's what I've seen him say before. Essentially, it's like, oh, it doesn't matter that like someone is like relatively better off if I'm like absolutely better off still. If like there's still a positive sum trade.
Millions of pounds because you were right. That was
inequality is literally not letting me spend money. Oh, because all the rich people have it, obviously.
It wasn't a theoretical model.
Actually, because Kevin Urban is not right. It was caused by people not... actually, because Kevin Urban is always right. It was caused by people not making enough housing. That's true.
And you were right. So
listen, I mean... obviously by now it seems like all the housing build out, okay, was all justified, all right.
I would say is we need to go away from argument from axiomatic deduction and modelling and forecasting because we live in an uncertain world, and we need to be more empirical. We need to go back to the scientific method, which is about observation of patterns, trying to make sense of those patterns, using different perspectives on how to...
What do you think economists do, bro? They do this, they do this, they do this, they literally like do this, dog.
The way forward through that, remembering that we're always going to have to review the way we're thinking about it because the world is always turning into something else. Add the ecological crisis into that story.
Oh, we have to
as we have
ecological
and this
crisis. Let's go.
It's completely myopic because it assumes that if we price nature, it'll be fine. Machine modeling for an open system world in an ecological collapse. We need to wake up to where we really are.
I don't get it. There's no such thing as scientific method.
The economy is a wholly
It's a social
substitute of
construct.
nature. There's a bit of realism for you. And we should recalibrate and rethink about what our priorities
What's cool? Created cash for clunkers. I don't actually know if there are any economists involved in the design of that.
are. And they ought to be resilience and adaptability and regeneration.
It wouldn't surprise me if there were. Wasn't Greg Mankiw part of Obama's economic council or whatever? Obama Council. Oh, he did not serve on Barack Obama. Oh, he was with Bush? Fuck, never mind. Wow, okay. What do you think of Chile's pension system? I don't really know anything about it. I feel like I've heard you mention it before, but I can't recall anything in particular about it.
Human thriving in nature. And for this, we're going to need a lot of problem solving, a lot of pragmatism, a lot of conversion methodologies for the way we do things so that we can change our priorities without collapsing the economy as we do it. But we ought to become very real. And the least real we have ever been in this country in the modern era is the last 45 years of neoclassical economics.
So,
wow, true.
Less
okay, I don't.
economic theory, more practical engagement with stuff.
Bring it on. It's a great.
How are you still a conservative?
Right.
Because your party is addicted to this theology. Right?
I would say to you, post-pandemic, and my experience of what we have to do to deliver the vaccine is to work collectively. And if someone can show me a better mousetrap, a better model, then
I can.
Great. Well, we should talk.
We should.
Okay, let's at that point move on to our next theme. Having a surprising level of...
To continue watching...
Okay. What? I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Kill me. At least, make her queen. You know, at least Gary Stevenson, he wasn't as annoying as I expected him to be. He didn't talk as much as the girl did. Plus, women are just annoying in general. I'm joking. That was a joke. Don't clip that. I'm joking. I'm woke. Okay. I want to read this. Apply to Dube, the debate on U.S. income inequality. Paper applies to Dube 2026, who reviews a debate over U.S. income inequality estimates from Piketty Saya-Zuckman and Austin Splinter. It clarifies the inconsistency of the CBO income series, the allocation of underreported incomes and excess depreciation, wage inequality trends, and the treatment of deficits, government consumption, and sales taxes. Several claims in Dube's review mischaracterize the Austin Splinter approach or misdiagnose the sources of disagreement. The review also ignores the main factors lowering inequality relative to tax reported income, the growth of untaxed employee compensation, transfers, and tax progressivity. The Austin Splinter findings remain robust after tax income shares show limited long-run growth. I saw Dube's original, the screenshots from his book he posted on Twitter about the debate. It's interesting that Splinter replied. I mean, as Splinter commonly does, as he's known for, as the knowers know. Using tax data to estimate the distribution of national income requires allocating income missing from individual tax returns. Piketty, Sayas, and Zuckman, and Austin Splinter take different approaches. PSC allocates missing income in ways that largely preserve the pre-tax reported fiscal distribution, yielding top 1% income shares similar to fiscal income shares. But his approach gives too little weight to tax reporting changes over time and empirical evidence on who receives missing incomes. AS instead accounts for reporting changes and uses additional data showing that the missing income is disproportionately received outside the top 1%, so adding it lowers top income shares. Missing income has also become more equal over time, meaning that more comprehensive income measures show less inequality increases than fiscal income. This largely reflects the growth of missing employee compensation, including retirement contributions and health insurance, which disproportionately benefits the bottom 99%. Sorry, let me do my highlighting. Dube 2026 reviews the AS-PSC differences in class notes, but misses the central explanation. This paper responds to discussions in a Dube's review. A Dube's. Okay, 1. CBO series is inconsistent and does not measure economic income. Dube notes that CBO estimate... also, by the way, I was using Claude, this is just funny, to like, to help make some graphs. I gave it the CBO data about income inequality. It like freaked the fuck out. I don't know what the CBO did, but like Claude thought there was a prompt injection for some reason in the data. And then like it like hallucinated some crazy shit. I don't know what it did. It was funny watching it struggle. I owe you a straight accounting of what went wrong. This session, I twice fabricated claims about my own tool output and wrote them into your vault in committed history before catching them. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the CBO is doing over there. Okay. Clearly the CBO's fault. Couldn't possibly be Claude's fault. All right. Okay. CBO estimates show a clear increase in pre-tax income concentration since 1979. Fuck me. CBO estimates before 1998, however, are not compatible to later years. That discontinuity in tax return income was a central motivation for the AS study. I mean, Amanda Askell with the dictatorship of the world, philosopher queen. Or, sorry, you trust. Amanda Askell. I feel like I heard the name. I don't know people. You think I know people? Oh, I know her. Yeah, the Claude Constitution philosopher girl. The single employed philosophy major. That's true. She's single? Question mark. Can we get Claude on this? Claude, is this true? Nearly half of the increase in CBO's top 1% share over 4 decades occurred just in the 2 years after the 1986 tax reform. It's misleading to describe the CBO change across these periods as if it were a consistent measure of inequality. The series spans 2 radically different tax reporting regimes and is not correct for this mid-series change. Divorce, not sure about single. I'm liking my chances. That. Were there any Unicode characters in the CBO data that can be used for injection so it might flag them? I don't know. There shouldn't have been, because I just think I just gave it a fucking spreadsheet of the CBO data. It just has, these are all just CSV files. I don't know what made it freak out. Because he used to be Will. Wait, I did not know this. What the fuck? Used to be married to Will Magaskill? That's crazy. I guess that makes sense. I guess they seem like the type of people who would be married to each other. They seem like the type of people that would get along. That's a much cleaner way of phrasing what I read. Anyways, relative to national income, CBO's top 1% share in 1979 is underestimated by more than 2 percentage points because it omits corporate retained earnings and is not correct for changes in how income was reported before and after the 1986 tax reform. These omissions account for the gap with AS in those early years as shown in Figure 1. Well, another series also shows the sensitivity of CBO estimates to tax reform. Census estimates are less affected by the 1986 tax reporting changes. Figure 1 shows that the census estimates from Berkasser 2012, which corrected for the top coding, has modest post-reform increases in the top 1% share that was largely temporary. Figure 1 also shows that relative to other prominent estimates, PSC estimates are outliers. Dube relies on CBO measures for several arguments, but CBO does not present a measure of economic income in this sense relevant for this debate. CBO series is a expanded fiscal income measure. Income reported in tax returns supplemented with selected items. It does not attempt to construct a comprehensive measure of economic income as PSC and AS do. This matters because CBO misses important income components. First, CBO does not adequately capture C corporation income before. Okay, hold on. Not adequately capture C corporation income before 1988 that later shifted towards individual returns after the Tax Reform Act in 1986. Second, it misses imputed rents of owner-occupied housing and ignores the more equally distributed half of corporate wealth held in retirement accounts. Third, CBO's incomplete population coverage causes it to miss substantial transfers in health insurance. These omissions imply that CBO underestimates inequality in early years and overestimates it in recent years. Treating CBO as a standard income measure obscures the fact that obscures rather than resolves the issue. CBO provides useful tax data based on fiscal income series, but it is not a comprehensive measure of economic income, and its omissions are quantitatively important for both levels and long-run changes in top income shares. Okay, that looks early. Hold on. It's less ugly if I just do that. To be fair, it wasn't a massive critique of Piketty's capital that the entire analysis basically dissolves when you factor out housing specifically. I've not looked a ton into that, but yeah, I've seen that. I've seen some graphs about that, about how much income, like how much the rise in inequality and such is just kind of explained by in capital and labor share, just kind of explained by housing. CBO cooks at work. No, none of this is cooking. No. It's just that people don't treat it. It's similar to what I was talking about earlier. It's just that people don't, people don't understand the technical details of things, and so use things the wrong way, or report it in the wrong way when like media outlets report it. I'm trying to think of an analogous thing with like CPI or something. But I can't think of one off the top of my head. So mentioning housing along with stock, etc., fudging a bit, yeah. Or I don't know if it was intentional on his part, but yeah. Okay, misreported income. To construct national income, BA includes misreported income based on special IRS audit studies. Yeah, this, by the way, seems like a whole one day I'll do the team. The whole dispute between Audit Splitter, Syed Zuckman, Piketty Syed Zuckman, and is been Irene or whatever the names are about the proper method for accounting for unreported income and the proper way to use random IRS audits and the non-random IRS audits. It just seems like a whole crazy bag of worms thing. I got it. There's a lot of replies to David Splinter's work and replies to reply. It's, I don't know. It's more worth your time learning non-smooth analysis. We gotta look something up real quick. Definitely not whatever that is. Non-smooth mechanics. I mean, I feel like from context clues, this is basically what I inferred it to be. Probably true. Well, I know you think that's different, go. Okay. To construct national income, BA includes misreported income based on special IRS audit studies. AS uses the distribution from those studies to allocate misreported income. In contrast, PSE ignores the audit study data and allocates misreported income in proportion to positive reported income. Stochastic integration is beyond me, but likely useful for economics. It's like specifically useful for economists. Well, yeah, I mean, I look at the little graphs here, and then I mean, this is, I imagine, useful for other models and such, or whatever. Like, is literally indifference curves and budget constraints is what I'm looking at right now. And this is a EconoWeb thing. Wait, is this actually meant to be? Yeah, okay. Well, most models is moved, but it's really only economics where you have the really jagged garbage. Gotta learn calc and calc 2 at first now. Yeah. I know. I'm a knower. Calc 3 is really useful, but usually only done by math and physics people. Well, if Andy Massley can do it, then I can too. Okay. Oopsie daisy. PSE approach means that someone who becomes more compliant will be allocated more misreporting, which is backwards. The PSE approach also fails to allocate any misreported income to those with reported business losses, even when though this represents a large share of misreporting. Also fails to allocate any misreported income to those with reported business losses. This reallocates misreporting towards the top of the distribution and overstates PSE income shares. And engineering and economists and chemists. It's important, I know. Dube ignores the audit study evidence and instead repeats an unsubstantiated claim that the AS methodology implicitly assumes more than 70% of business income earned by the bottom 99% goes untaxed. But it misrepresents the AS estimates. Our allocations apply nothing close to business income misreporting rate for the bottom 99%. In 2019, for example, we allocate roughly $580 billion of total non-corporate and corporate business misreporting to the bottom 99%, ranked after including misreporting. The bottom 99% has $2.25 trillion of misreporting inclusive business income, applying a misreporting rate of only 1/4. Even stricter attention to only pass-through businesses, the implied AS bottom 99% misreporting rate is about 1/3. Both are far below the unsubstantiated value or unsupported value that Dube repeats. Incredible. Goated moment. I want to have this for future reference, but it's not. Directly relevant. Probably depends on sequencing. For me, Calc3 is multivar. But again, I like this. Najafan person, you should listen to them. Do you have an economics degree or anything, Najafan? I'm curious. You seem to know. You seem to be a knower. Of many of the philosophical and economic issues that we discuss here on the non-font stream. Pixels has math major for Phil Minor. Oh no, there's 2 math majors in my chat right now. Oh no, it's over for me. 2019, for example, we allocate roughly, read that, sorry, higher misreporting rates among the bottom 99% follow from the evidence. Roughly 40% of detected pass-through business misreporting is associated with returns reporting negative total income. And a negligible share of this is re-ranked into the top 1%. Second, farm income has a misreporting rate of 64%. Wait, whoa. What is this from? I remember there's an older estimate of the non-compliance rate from farm income, and it was 73%. And that's just like, it's just really funny to me that like farmers really don't like paying their taxes. Third, most of the non-corporate business tax gap comes from self-employed individuals who are almost entirely in the bottom 99% and have an average misreporting rate on this business income of 57%. Sole proprietors also do that shit a lot. Maybe it's my biases, but the chemist I know did PChem. This person is the kind of guys I like to argue with, I'm guessing. Probably. Self-employed business reporting rates were 101% for those with negative reported incomes and 70 to 90% for those with incomes about below about 50,000, but below 20% for those with incomes over 3.3 million. Self-employed business misreporting rates were 101%. How's that? What are they doing here? Unless they mean something else by misreporting rates, so that makes sense to me. 101% with those with negative reported income. Also very much mandatory for pretty much everyone in an engineering degree, I would imagine. Don't worry, Claude Code will just do all this. We'll just do everything for, not just me, for everyone. AGI by 2029. In contrast, business entities whose income largely goes to the top 1% have lower misreporting rates. Businesses organized as S corporations and partnerships have an average misreporting rate of 8% in Gorman et al. And only 12% in IRS. C corps are likely to have a similar or slightly higher or slightly lower misreporting rate. The high misreporting amongst those disproportionately in the bottom 99% with negative incomes, farm income, and self-employment income, along with the lower misreporting rates among S corps and partnerships, largely in the top 1%, indicate the much higher misreporting rates in the bottom 99%. These patterns explain why empirically grounded audit-based allocations as an audit splinter assign relatively more underreported income outside of the top 1% than PSC's proportional to positive reported income method, which ignores the audit data. How the hell are we doing PDEs without multivariable? What's PDEs? PDES. Partial differential equation. I figured it out, guys. I got Wikipedia. I don't know. I have shit, do I have 2 math classes next semester? I have 1 or 2. I forget. I have 1. I have a statistics class next semester, which is like the next math class I can take, and then after that I have math, whatever math 171 is, which I think is some pre-calc stuff, question mark. I believe it's pre-calc, but my college is tell me. I can check later. I don't care right now. Something math related that I need to do. And answer the question, the same way dumb econ courses get away with only calc, I'm guessing, is very as needed supplemental math ideas. True. Okay. Recent work extending the IRS tax gap methods reaches the same qualitative conclusion. Estimated non-compliance rates are much higher at the bottom of the distribution than at the top. For example, the bottom quintile tax non-compliance rate is about 4 times that of the top 1%. Adding audit detectives reported income decreases the top 1% share, with roughly a negative 0.4 percentage point change. That evidence is consistent with the AS average effect of negative 0.1 percentage points. It is inconsistent with the PSC's increases of 1.2 percentage points. For details, see an Austin Splinter reply to Piketty Science segment. Incredible. For art majors, my union didn't have any art majors. Based university. Excess depreciation. Our main conceptual point is simple. Excess depreciation reduces reported income, pushing beneficiaries lower in the reported income distribution. This suggests excess depreciation should be allocated in the lower in the distribution than the reported partnership income distribution used by PSE. To estimate where excess depreciation is observed in the distribution, Austin and Splinter, I keep saying Austin and Splinter, use population tax data that link entity-level partnership depreciation to partnership owners following Love 2021, and estimate that only about a third of partnership excess depreciation goes to the top 1% before re-ranking effects, though the share is closer to 2/3 after upward re-ranking. The resulting increase in the AS top 1% income share is only about 1/4 of a percentage point in 2019, roughly 1/5 of the PSC adjustment. Much of that effect, however, is likely temporary. The 2017 tax reform shifted depreciation forward in time, suggesting a one-time gap between tax and economic depreciation. AS also estimate an alternative allocation following PSC's suggestion to separate S corporation from depreciation from S corporation excess depreciation from C corporation depreciation. However, that approach lowers the AS top 1% share, increasing rather than closing the gap. With PSC. Incredible. As Dube notes, PSC allocates deficits equally between taxes and transfers, but using transfers here is odd. It lowers the income of transfer recipients, even though those transfers were largely consumed. Allocating deficits by taxes, as PSC partly do, has a more natural intertemporal interpretation for higher income households that may adjust savings. Reducing current transfers is less plausible for hand-to-mouth households that consume those transfers. Regardless, allocating deficits accounts for a little of the total AS-PSC difference, as discussed below. For sales taxes, Dube writes that the PSC approach is more consistent with standard public finance incidence analysis, but PSC deviates from standard incidence assumption that consumers bear the burden of sales tax, while the AS allocation by disposable income more closely aligns with the standard approach. First, PSC uses a biased proxy for consumption. PSC explained that they intend to allocate sales and excise taxes so that they are borne by consumers. Despite this correct intention, they allocate sales taxes by factor income less savings, which omits low and middle income consumption funded by transfer and retirement income and exaggerates high income consumption by failing to remove taxes. Typical. In contrast, AS apply the incidence principle, which more accurately by allocating sales taxes by disposable income less savings, which includes transfers and retirement income, and excludes income and payroll taxes. Relative to PSC, the AS approach results in more aggressive sales taxes, which attenuates the main AS conclusion that U.S. taxes are highly progressive. Second, the updated PSC method appears even farther from the standard consumer incidence assumption. In their updated method, PSC argued that sales taxes should be added by uniformly scaling factor price income, effectively ignoring incidence. But for after-tax income, they still deduct sales taxes using a distributional allocation that does not reflect... sorry, I was not paying attention to what I just read there. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta reread this. Second, the updated PSC method appears even farther from the standard consumer incidence assumption. In their updated method, PSC argued that sales taxes should be added by uniformly scaling factor price income, effectively ignoring incidence. But for after-tax income, they still deduct sales taxes using a distributional allocation that does that does reflect incidence. That is an inconsistent treatment. If sales tax is supported by consumers, then a consumption-based allocation should be used when adding them to construct pre-tax income and when subtracting them to construct after-tax income. If one wants to ignore incidence when constructing pre-tax income, it is unclear why incidence should reappear when constructing after-tax income. Incredible. Wage inequality. Dube writes that today's inequality is largely driven by labor income, the enormous salaries paid to executives and professionals. Is not, I think there's like rather good evidence against this. There's the firming up inequality paper, which just shows that using a bunch of fucking tax data, that inequality is mostly between firms rather than within firms. And then a lot of this is just driven by, and the firming up inequality mentions this. Fuck, I forget the specifics. They might mention it, but a lot of it is just driven by like the sort of like reallocation of certain what might have used to be considered labor income or what we might really want to consider labor income to like capital income, because people nowadays have like more sole proprietorships or businesses that are like really, you know, the business is going to fail if the one person dies or whatever, right? And I think the firming up inequality paper mentions that. I think it has empirical data on what happens to them when the owner dies. But tax data measures of top wages are themselves affected by the Tax Reform Act of 1986. When business activity shifted from C corporations to S corporations after TRA 86, some income that previously remained inside C corps had to be reported on individual returns, partly as wages. One implication is that some high income wage income observed after the reform was effectively missing from the pre-reform individual tax data. The AS appendix provides some suggestive evidence. Between 1986 and 1988, the top 1% fiscal income share rose by 4 percentage points. Half of that increase appeared as wages. S corporation net income accounted for nearly another percentage point, and partnership income net income for half a percentage point. Since active S corporation owners split their business income between wages and distributions, a meaningful portion of the apparent post-1986 wage increase likely reflects business entity conversions rather than a sudden surge in executive compensation. How'd I know? How'd I know? More broadly, in both the PSE and AS estimates, the long-run rise in top 1% incomes is driven heavily by business owner income, not simply large salaries. In the AS series, wages account for... should have this, yes. Wages account for only about 40% of the top 1% income on average from the 1988 through 2008. Then fall to roughly 30% in more recent years. Over the same period, pass-through business income rises from about 20% to 40%. That pattern does not fit well to claim that top inequality is largely driven by executive and professional salaries. I keep messing up. Convert to underline. Evidence from more recent years also weakens the claim that rising wage inequality has remained a dominant story. Appealee and Wilmers 2022 find that overall U.S. earnings inequality stopped increasing after 2010. Over 15 years ago, Lamourie et al. I believe I've not read the paper, but I've definitely seen this paper referenced before. Oh my god, fuck me, kill me. Would first show that wage inequality decreased in the pandemic recovery. Documented the bottom quintile wages rose, with top quintile wages fell. Can't fucking read. Arter, Dube, and McGrew also showed recent wage inequality declines, with post-pandemic wage compression at the bottom of the labor market. Okay, government consumption, non-transfer spending. After tax, national income requires allocating all government spending. AS follows the standard recommendation to allocate non-transfer government spending, partly by income and partly per capita. Gettin, 2026, similarly argues that allocating government consumption entirely by income, as in PSC, dramatically overestimates inequality in the public services received, while a per capita allocation underestimates it. The distribution of government consumption should therefore lie between income proportional and per capita estimates, per capita allocation, as in AS. Dube claims that a post-tax debate centers on allocations of government consumption and federal deficits, but that overstates the role. Figure 2 represents as AS an AS sensitivity analysis. In upper bound estimates, AS exclude deficits and reduce the per capita allocation of government consumption to 40%, roughly limiting it to the equally distributed schooling share of non-transfer spending. Oh my god, oopsie daisy, fuck me. In 2022, these alternative assumptions moved the top share reported by only about half a percentage point. Small relative to roughly 7 percentage point AS-PSC gap. There is an uncertainty in allocating public goods and deficits, but they do not drive the difference. Okay. AS and PSC both initially released their papers in December 2016. PSC have 6 prior comments on AS, and we have 6 replies. Note that the published versions of AS incorporated many of PSC's prior suggestions, which are now listed in our supplementary appendix. And note that some of the remaining points of disagreements are discussed in its reply. The AS paper discusses the AS-PSC differences more comprehensively and explains why the AS approach better aligns with the existing literature and empirical evidence. As seen in Figure 1, the AS estimates are closer to the prominent estimates, while the PSC series is an outlier. Whoa. I love my David Splinter and 500 David Splinter reply papers. Can we get David Splinter on the Novon show? One day.
Yes,
or
it is a
evidence
subset
to draw
of
a
belief.
conclusion, to put into your mind something that you believe is real. And guess what? That's okay. It's okay to admit it. And it's also okay to admit that you're wrong. Jesus
Clay, let me
Christ.
say something.
Go ahead,
Sarah.
Clay.
Sarah,
Admit it.
Sarah, can I disagree with you with all respect?
Sure.
Nice, Hurricane Nun. Nice.
Okay. Well, first, I just want to clarify that Effigy is kind of right. He's kind of right.
Very right.
No, you're kind of right, bro. Just
Kind
let
of
me talk.
absolutely
real quick.
right.
Oh, Jesus
Sure,
fucking
buddy.
Christ. Anyways, I shouldn't even give you bones for being half right. Agnostic, or I'm sorry, a Christian atheist isn't what Effigy is making it out to be. They flip it around. I'm looking at my phone right now.
Okay, seems like stuff I don't care about. In that case, that's what I got today. Also, I think I'm gonna instead of this, I feel like this might look better. I don't know. The other chat box is pretty old. I've since updated it. I'll play with it more later. Which would annoy me. Alas, my love these days is for infinite dimensional space. Okay. I should stream again tomorrow. I know I said that you always look great, Fawn. True. I said that 2 days ago, and then I didn't stream the next day. But That was because I had stuff to do. And then when I got home from doing stuff, I was eepy. I had to wake up early. And then I had to go to dinner. And I came home when I was eepy, so I didn't do stuff. You know how it is. Head over to on YouTube. The few you can go to Kid Not Kin, who is rebranded to his real name or whatever, I guess. And I don't think I have anyone else watching elsewhere that's enough people worth rating, because I was reading boring stuff. But we'll probably stream again tomorrow, hopefully. I believe so. Unless I'm lazy. But yeah, I don't have anything especially planned coming up. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk to some of the socialist people I get, because they do their socialist Saturdays or whatever. And last time I talked to them, it was like pre-recorded. It wasn't live, so maybe I'll try to talk to them live now that I can actually stream again and the Wi-Fi's fixed. And then I don't know. I'm gonna read, maybe work on a blog post. We'll see. I've been pressured to write more by my family and such when I was on vacation. Do you know Teriak? Yeah, we've talked before a few times. I've talked to him a few times at Sara's panels, and then I talked to him on just one-on-one one time. So I'm familiar with the dude. Why? What about him? Also, Discord in the chat. Got a cool community of non-fawners out there. When I'm not streaming, I'm still active on Twitter and Instagram. Man, the YouTube's bot is really slow at replying. You should watch this recent stream, the America versus British system. Oh boy, I'll watch it, but like good grounds for discussion. Oh man. I don't know your opinion of the dude. In my opinion, the dude does not come off as particularly informed about things, and seems to also just kind of be an evil dude. A kind of evil dude, kind of evil. Talking about USAID, and I'm not just being like, woke here when I say he's evil. He was like straight up, the people in Africa don't really contribute anything to the world, so it doesn't really matter if any of them die. Like he said, like the reason the Holocaust is bad was because like Jews contribute to the world, but people in Africa, they don't. So it doesn't matter. Like kind of a crazy dude, but it's not like what you say about me. No, you're nowhere close to that. But regardless, okay. Love streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. Discord server, Twitch, Kick, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube channel. Yeah, but love streaming. I'll see y'all hopefully tomorrow, and I appreciate it. Thanks. See y'all. Love y'all.